The chair lays before... The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 31st, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable David G. Valadeo to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2024, the House will recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than majority and minority leaders and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today ahead of a very special day back in my district. This Friday, February 2nd, is Groundhog Day. This annual event takes place in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, located in southern Jefferson County. For years, crowds have flooded to Gobbler's Knob on the evening of February 1st to see our weather predictor extraordinaire and to hear his weather prediction firsthand. I want to recognize and thank one of the most productive, job-producing constituents in my district, Punxsutawney Phil. His hard work every year predicting the end of the winter brings so much joy to the Pennsylvania 15th and across the nation. For more than 120 years, our furry friend has been predicting our winter weather. This tradition stems from Pennsylvania's strong German heritage. Legend has it, if Phil sees his shadow, it is an omen of 6 more weeks of winter. If not, we know spring is just around the corner. Crowds began to gather the night before and wake Phil up by chanting his name in the early hours of the morning on February 2nd. As our seer of seas emerges from his burrow, the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club Inner Circle president translates Phil's prediction and relays the message to the crowd. Despite naysayers trying to replace him with an animatronic groundhog or a gold coin, Phil continues to bring a smile to so many faces. I believe in creating jobs, not eliminating them, and Punxsutawney Phil is no exception. I'll always stand up for the hardworking men, women, and rodents in the 15th District of Pennsylvania. In all seriousness, Groundhog Day brings together people of all different backgrounds, and this fun celebration reminds us of the importance of tradition. It's not only an economic stimuli in the district, but is also a great source of pride. Be sure to tune in on Friday morning to see Phil share his weather predictions. We could either have an earlier spring or 6 more weeks of winter. I've been told he is never wrong. Thank you, Phil, for sharing your wisdom and weather predictions with all of us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. Okay.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 7th, Alex Danzig was brutally kidnapped by Hamas terrorists from his kibbutz in Nir Oz. I rise today to share Alex's story. Alex is a 75-year-old. He's a father, a historian, and a beloved grandfather. Alex was born in Poland and spent his life dedicated to Holocaust education. For the past 30 years, he has worked at Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. Over the past 30 years, Alex has traveled between Israel and Poland, working to facilitate dialogue between the people of both countries. He's been called a great communicator who knows how to speak to young people and can break down barriers. It's been more than 100 days since his kidnapping. Alex spent International Holocaust Remembrance Day in unthinkable and inhumane conditions. According to reports about the first wave of hostages, even while in captivity, Alex was still giving history lectures. For those who know him, it should come as no surprise. His lifelong dedication to Holocaust education is inspiring, and it's heartbreaking that such a prolific human rights defender is now being held hostage by Hamas terrorists. He's dedicated his life to understanding how and why the Holocaust happened, only to have his life irrevocably changed by the same strain of hatred and violence that is anti-Semitism. It's so incredibly important to make sure that the hostages are not forgotten and that their stories continue to be told until they are safely returned home. That's why I stand here today to demand that Hamas release Alex immediately, along with all the remaining hostages. Let's be clear. Kidnapping innocent civilians like Alex is not a form of resistance. It's a cowardly, shameful act of terrorism. Likewise, October 7th was not an act of resistance, but a brutal, barbaric, and calculated attack against the Jewish people and the state of Israel. Hamas is not a resistance movement. It's a terrorist group whose mission is the destruction of Israel and the death of every single Jewish person. If Hamas and its leaders truly cared about its people as they claim, they wouldn't continuously disregard humanitarian law and the rules of war, including intentionally targeting civilians, taking hostages, using human shields, and embedding their fighters in civilian communities with utter disregard for their safety and welfare. The United States of America remains resolute in its position. Terrorism can never be justified. Violence against civilians, particularly children and the elderly, is never acceptable. We must dismantle Hamas and free the Israeli citizens wrongfully held hostage. Israel has proven its willingness to pause the fighting for hostages to be returned to their loved ones. Listen, Hamas broke the first hostage deal, just as it broke the ceasefire that was in place before October 7th. Unfortunately, a ceasefire today would leave Hamas with control of the Gaza Strip and allow the terrorist organization to rearm and continue its attack against innocent civilians, including innocent children and the elderly. I call on Qatar and other nations with ties to Hamas to increase the pressure on the terrorist group to free all Israeli hostages immediately. And I stand with Alex and his family, friends and loved ones, and I pray for his safe return. It's time to bring Alex home. It's time to bring all of the hostages home. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the state of California, Ms. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the legacy of two Vietnamese legends. Nearly everyone is familiar with the story of Joan of Arc, but not as many Americans are familiar with the story of Truong sisters. Truong Tuc and Truong Nhi were born under Han Dynasty in what is modern Vietnam. These sisters were very dedicated to education. They were committed to bringing honor to their family. And they were champions of their people. They're best known for their military exceptionalism. With their help, the Vietnamese people threw off the Han occupation. Today, they are national heroines. They represent the dignity of the Vietnamese people and the fierce spirit of independence that resides in their hearts and in the hearts of all Americans. On March 3rd, the Vietnamese community in Orange County will honor these two brave sisters. Today, I'm grateful to be able to enter their names into the congressional record so Americans may remember their courage and learn from their example. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of 26-year-old Noah Argamani. Like many 26-year-olds, Noah loves to dance, she loves music, and she loves her family. That family includes her mother, Leora, who has stage 4 brain cancer. Leora's one wish is to be with her daughter in her final days, but she's running out of time. That is because on October 7th, Noah was one of more than 200 men, women, children, and elderly kidnapped by Hamas. The barbaric behavior of Hamas has caused real devastation for real people like Noah and Leora. I implore all of my colleagues and my fellow Americans to remember them. We must have absolute moral clarity, and we must have resolve. Hamas must be eliminated. The hostages must be returned. We must stand with the families and victims of this attack, and we must stand with Israel. We owe it to Noah, to Leora, to our ally Israel, and to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish you a very happy birthday to a great Southern Californian and friend, Laura Park. Laura is a brilliant designer and the owner of Ihwa Wedding and Hanbok. For over 30 years, she has used her business to bring the traditional Korean hanbok to Americans. Her work is the product of 4 generations of hanbok makers, going all the way back to her great-grandparents in North Korea. Now she represents what it looks like when Koreans achieve the American dream, as her business has become the largest hanbok house in the United States. As a first-generation Korean American myself, I am so appreciative of her work to preserve the traditions of Korea while embracing the greatness of America at the same time. Her exceptional work is something all Californians and all Americans can be proud of. So Laura, thank you for all you do and have a very happy birthday. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor someone who has made a huge difference for Philadelphia and the southeast Pennsylvania, Pat Dion Sr. He recently retired after 29 years on the board of our transit agency, SEPTA, including 25 years as chairman of the board. While Pat and I are from different political parties, we have always worked together to get things done. We could use much of that more around here. When Pat was appointed to the SEPTA board in 1995, the agency was in very different shape. It had a reputation for waste and was facing a $75 million deficit. He brought the eyes of a business person to SEPTA. He was instrumental in achieving lengthy success in Harrisburg. I know because I was a legislative leader there during most of that time as chairman. The Philadelphia region is the largest engine economically in Pennsylvania, and SEPTA is vital for making it work. Even the people who don't ride SEPTA benefit from these less traffic roads and from the air being cleaner. Pat has led SEPTA through several difficult periods, including the Great Recession and the Great Pandemic. I want to thank him for all that he has done, in the leadership that he has provided, and the fact that he realized that we must do things together. I thank him, and we honored him in the city of Philadelphia for the work and the dedication. He is truly an asset that we will really value. And I want to say thank you, Pat. Mr. Speaker.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Oregon, Mr. Bentz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning the House Committee on Homeland Security passed 2 articles of impeachment accusing Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas of high crimes and misdemeanors. I've thought, and with the information developed by the committee, have come to believe that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached for his clear violation of the law, and when this matter comes to the floor, I intend to vote in favor of his impeachment. That said, today I wish to remark upon the importance and merit, when it comes to most things, and certainly impeachment, of the value of carefully following proper process. Impeachment is a constitutional function of the highest order, and when considering its use, we must transcend passions and politics. If impeachment is to remain what the founders intended, and that is something greater than a political tool deployed whenever the mood suits, it must be used as originally designed, as a means of holding people who have political power accountable when they violate high crimes and misdemeanors standard. If we fail to follow best practices in this effort, impeachment will soon become little more than a sad and ineffective means of expressing dissatisfaction with the policies of the opposing party. It has correctly been said that the object of the House in an impeachment proceeding is to create a full record upon which a verdict in the Senate can be fairly and efficiently judged. Thanks to Chairman Mark Green's excellent work, this is exactly what has happened. Over the past 10 months, including important recent evidentiary hearings, Chairman Mark Green's Homeland Security Committee, using an open and deliberative process, has carefully created a full record reflecting Secretary Mayorkas' violation of statutory and constitutional standards, upon which the Senate can and should deliberate. That process has not only developed the facts and evidence of breaches of our laws, it has also allowed full debate and full disclosure to our nation of what our law requires and the Secretary's intentional circumvention of those laws. Had we not completed this investigative process, we would have not only weakened the impeachment remedy, we'd have also made it much easier for the Senate to ignore the excellent work the committee has now done. Just a few words about Article 1 of the Homeland Security Committee's impeachment resolution. United States Code 8 U.S.C. 1226C explicitly states that illegal aliens who have committed a criminal conviction shall be detained. Yet Secretary Mayorkas literally ordered DHS employees to not enforce this law. This is not mere neglect, nor can this violation be excused as a result of not having space available in the detention facilities. There were and are spaces available, and if there were not, the Secretary could and should have asked for increased funding in the DHS budget. In fact, when Secretary Mayorkas appeared before the Judiciary Committee, on which I sit, I asked why he had not requested more money for his department's budget instead of less. Because we Republicans followed regular order and completed the hearing process. We have met and exceeded the threshold of evidence necessary to justify a trial. The record established by Chairman Mark Green's Homeland Security Committee contains adequate evidence of the Secretary's breach of our laws, and this constitutes more than an adequate foundation for his impeachment. Thus, when the Senate receives this impeachment resolution, it will have the evidence needed to render a fair and efficient verdict, and that verdict should be that the Secretary is guilty of breaking our nation's laws and should be convicted and removed from office. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the state of Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, law enforcement officers in Chester, Pennsylvania, announced that this community has seen a 72% decrease in shootings with victims since 2019. 2023 saw the fewest gun homicides in 2 decades and a 68% decrease in gun homicides since 2019. Chester was once ranked among the most dangerous cities in the nation for gun violence. So how did this happen? Since 2019, law enforcement, community members, faith groups, local government have all been working together as the Chester Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods. During a period when we saw gun violence spike across the nation, we've seen year over year in reductions in gun violence and other violent crimes as community partners have worked together to implement a community-based violence prevention program with support from state and federal funding, including the American Rescue Plan and the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's time to recognize the success of these pivotal programs with more than a pat on the back. Rather than offering sound bites and saber rattling, the Chester community, a democratically led community, I might add, rolled up its sleeves and did the work of identifying the resources and partnerships needed to reduce gun violence and create a safer community. I want to congratulate DA Stolzheimer, Police Chief Gretzky, Corey Long from Making a Change Group, and all of the community members who've been so important in this effort. To those who say there's nothing we can do about gun violence, I say shame on you. Programs like this work, and we need to recognize and support them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Anita Santos Singh, a champion for access to justice. At the age of 32, Anita became the founding executive director of Philadelphia Legal Assistance Center, the federally funded legal services program serving Philadelphia. It's never easy to head up a program that provides legal services to the poor. While legal aid is supposed to assure access to justice for low-income Americans, these programs are chronically underfunded and have been so since their inception. We spend more on Halloween costumes for our pets in this country than we do for legal services for the poor. So it's no surprise that study after study shows that 80% of low-income Americans cannot afford or access legal help for legal issues like eviction, child custody, or getting access to their veterans' benefits. But Anita faced additional challenges of leading a brand new program which had been formed in response to the drastic service and funding cutbacks imposed by Congress in the 1990s, and to do so in the poorest large city in the country, with a shoestring budget and a couple dozen attorneys to serve thousands of clients. I headed up the search committee that hired Anita, and we knew she was up to the job. Under her leadership, Philadelphia Legal Assistance grew into a frontline organization that now helps over 6,000 clients a year fight systems of injustice and disparity. Anita's colleagues describe her as a tireless advocate for access to justice, who dedicated her life to helping Philadelphia's most vulnerable populations meet critical needs. Anita constantly developed innovative projects to meet the ever-changing needs of Philadelphia's poorest citizens. She created the first low-income tax clinic in Philadelphia. She expanded legal services for migrant farm workers, including addressing issues of domestic abuse. She leveraged federal funding sources to expand family law services, one of the highest legal needs in Philadelphia. She created the Medical Legal Community Partnership, which brings community-based legal assistance to low-income patients at 17 different sites. During the 2008 recession, she developed programs to assist families in danger of losing their homes. And in 2021, she helped develop an eviction diversion program for tenants, which became part of a national model. Until her premature death last month, Anita Santos Singh was a legal services champion and advocate for access to justice in Philadelphia for 34 years. Because of her work, thousands of Philadelphians were able to stay in their homes, put food on the table, and live a life free of partner violence. Her legacy will live on through the thousands of lives she's touched through her efforts. And her story is a reminder that access to legal aid remains a continuous challenge in this country. For many, a single legal problem can spiral into a mountain of debt, homelessness, or unemployment. Many Americans facing legal challenges are not aware of their rights or options, which can lead to stress and confusion and can often exacerbate the legal challenges they face. We have an obligation to ensure that all Americans are aware of their legal options and, more importantly, that they have access to representation under the law. I urge my colleagues to honor Anita's work by ensuring that every American has access to quality legal assistance whenever they need it. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Cizamani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the importance of America's credit unions and the opportunities they provide for our communities. Arizona is home to 35 credit unions with nearly 2 million members. Credit unions fill a unique role in the financial service marketplace as they serve communities that do not have access to banks or larger financial institutions. As a non-for-profit financial cooperatives, credit unions exist to serve all their members without the involvement of shareholders or outside investors. I remember the credit union was my first account that I ever opened. In Stride, I want to recognize the new creation of America's credit unions. This organization unites the two existing national trade associations to create a single and strong voice promoting the ideals of credit unions across the country. And I wish now, with this statement, America's credit unions the best as they advocate for credit unions as a crucial financial option for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Canyon de Oro football team for securing their first state football championship since 2009. Their victory took place at ASU's Mountain America Stadium in Tempe, where they went up against Yuma Catholic and came out with the win with a score of 35-27. This marks CDO's return to the state football titles games after more than a decade. The 29 graduating seniors proudly brought the championship trophy home in their final year, contributing to the team's flawless 14-0 record, their first perfect season since the last state championship in 2009. This remarkable accomplishment stands as a testament to the dedication and skills of the entire team. As we celebrate their success, we eagerly anticipate the bright future that lies ahead for our student athletes and the CDO football program. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Vern Pellman, Jr. as an esteemed member of the Oro Valley community who passed away last fall at the age of 82. Vern's life can be defined by faith, family, and service. He was a loving husband, devoted member of his church, and retired Air Force colonel. In 1963, Vern graduated from the University of Notre Dame, where he was an active member of the ROTC. Following graduation, he was stationed with the Air Force at Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma, a move that would kickstart a military career spanning nearly 3 decades. While he served for nearly 30 years as a command pilot, Vern would tell you he never worked a day in his life. His assignment took him across the globe, flying in and out of destinations that many can only dream of. Upon retiring with the rank of colonel in 1992, Vern transitioned to civilian life, taking on a new role at the Evergreen Airline and eventually going on to serve as a Lear instructor. He is remembered for his love for his family and leaves behind a wife, Connie, a dear friend of mine as well, 5 children who I've met, and they speak highly of their dad, and even more grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Laura and I continue to hold Connie and the entire Pellman family close to our hearts. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the state of Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Delta workers deserve the right to organize without intimidation from Delta executives. We know that when workers come together in solidarity, they create a strong collective voice for safer work environments. So we must empower all the workers to speak out against injustice in their workplace, not silence them. Recently, the Labor Caucus met with Delta flight attendants that are organizing with Delta AFA, as well as Delta workers from Teamsters, machinist unions, to hear about their unionizing efforts. I heard many of their stories, Mr. Speaker, about being targeted for union organizing efforts after decades of loyalty to the company. This is unacceptable and frankly shameful. It is clear that Delta executives are engaging in bullying, union busting, retaliation, and even suspension of their employees for their union campaigns. As a proud daughter of the UAW, I know the power of a union, and I will continue to fight for every worker to have the right to organize unions and collectively bargain for better working conditions and higher pay, fair pay, without fear of being targeted or fired. I call on my colleagues, please stand with the workers and hold Delta executives accountable for their anti-union tactics. Mr. Speaker, I knew the extraordinary woman named Faye Awada. She was a remarkable woman who left a legacy that has deeply impacted the community. Faye Awada's work was rooted in compassion and resilience, and she dedicated her life to helping others. She was born in Lebanon, and Faye was the eldest of 13. She immigrated to the United States in 1960. Her early struggles as a young mother fueled her determination to uplift the needs of our community. She devoted her life and assisted over 500,000 families that we know of with translation and other services. Faye was a trailblazer, emerging as one of Michigan's first female entrepreneurs. Her impact earned her the Community Spotlight Award for unwavering dedication. Let us please honor her legacy and achievements as we continue the work that she began. I'm sending love and strength to Faye Awada's family. May she rest in power. Allah yarhamha. Mr. Speaker, on January 5th, National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby revealed that the Biden administration hasn't bothered to conduct a formal review of the Israeli government's compliance with international law since the genocide in Gaza began. Then on January 18th, we learned that the State Department allegedly uses special mechanisms to review and shield Israel, the government of Israel, from consequences under U.S. law when reviewing violations of human rights committed by the government. The level of support for Netanyahu's war crimes by the Biden administration and the majority of this body is beyond belief, especially when the majority of the American people want the war crimes to end. I'm proud to have led a letter with colleagues and requesting that the president, in a nonpartisan group called the Government Accountability Office that many of us use, take the long overdue step of reviewing whether the U.S. security aid to Israel is violating Leahy laws and the president's own conventional arms transfer policy. We should be consistent, but also relentless in ensuring that the American weapons are not used to commit war crimes anywhere in the world. That is the bare minimum. So please, I'm urging colleagues to demand that President Biden and our government have the power to, again, to make sure that we're holding every government accountable that we are sending weapons to. We must facilitate a lasting ceasefire now to ensure safety of everyone that lives there. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I begin my remarks by stating that this body stands in support of the nation of Israel, the only democratically elected nation in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Ed Clark of the Wildlife Center of Virginia on his retirement after 4 decades. Ed began the Wildlife Center of Virginia in 1981, and since then, the center has provided world-class care of wildlife, outstanding educational outreach, and dedicated professional training. Over the years, the center has gained recognition for several achievements, including developing the first comprehensive national wildlife health database for the real-time monitoring of emerging diseases in wildlife. The center also provides professional training for more than 1,000 veterinary students and professionals, including undergraduate students, fourth-year veterinary students, postdoctoral interns, fellows, and residents from every veterinary school in the United States, Canada, and nearly 40 other countries. Under Ed Clark's leadership, the center has grown from a small local wildlife rehabilitation facility to a professionally staffed, internationally recognized training and research center deep in the heart of the Shenandoah Valley. Congratulations to Ed Clark on his many years of success, and I wish him a well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Snowbusters in Winchester, Virginia for their excellent work during the recent snowstorms. The Snowbusters is a volunteer network created by the City of Winchester that is dedicated to removing snow and ice at no charge from walkways in front of the homes of senior citizens and people with disabilities who live in Winchester. 13 Snowbuster volunteers were called into service to homes within walking distance to reduce the need for volunteers driving to an assignment. Once enrolled, the city gives volunteers a snow shovel and tells them to be ready whenever winter weather is in the forecast. The program's only goal is to clear sidewalks in front of the homes of people who sign up for the service, but in several cases, the volunteers went even further and shoveled driveways as well. The initiative was a huge success and very rewarding, and the community received it well. The Snowbusters display the true testament of neighbors coming together to help neighbor and make a difference, and I commend them for their dedication to community service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Waynesboro Police Department for 125 years of dedicated service and sacrifice to keeping the city of Waynesboro safe. 1898 was the first year of the Waynesboro Police Department, when the city was much smaller and only a few officers were needed to patrol on foot. Today, with a bustling city of more than 22,000 people and growing, patrol officers grapple with everything from cybercrime to drug crime and everything in between. However, the job of the law enforcement officers remains true now as it did then, an increasingly difficult but utterly essential one of enforcing our laws and serving on the front lines of justice. Throughout the years, the Waynesboro police chiefs and officers have been pushed, both mentally and physically, and have been willing to lay their lives on the line for others. They've represented their community well, and the hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers across this great country. And for that, they are all heroes. Thank you to all the retired and current officers for your efforts to make the city of Waynesboro a better and safer place, and I wish the Waynesboro Police Department another 125 years of success. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the coach Brad Lutz of William Byrd High School in Roanoke, Virginia, for being nominated by the Washington Redskins, Commanders, for the Don Shula National Football League High School Coach of the Year. After leading the William Byrd Terriers to their first ever football regional title and state semifinal appearance this past season, the Washington Commanders took notice of the team's accomplishments and nominated Coach Lutz for this prestigious award. The NFL will select 2 winners from each conference that the league comprises, and the Commanders are members of the NFC Conference. The award winners will be announced in the week before the Super Bowl, and each winner will receive $15,000 for their school and money as a personal award. The remaining 30 nominees each will receive $1,000 courtesy of the NFL Foundation and Nike. This nomination demonstrates the drive and dedication required to come together as a team and accomplish outstanding achievements. Congratulations again to Coach Brad Lutz and the William Byrd football team players on this nomination, and I wish them many more years of success. Mr. Speaker, wherever you go across this country, citizens are very aware of the border crisis that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have created and are demanding that the Senate take immediate action on H.R. 2 border security legislation we passed nearly a year ago, in addition to this House taking action to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. In December, there were 300,000 illegal migrant encounters at our southern border. The month prior, there were 250,000 illegal migrant encounters. During his trip to Eagle Pass in Texas, recently, Secretary Mayorkas admitted that the current release rate for migrants caught crossing the border illegally is more than 85%. Make no mistake, Secretary Mayorkas has neglected his constitutional duty to protect the homeland and enforce our immigration laws. I urge this House to take action to impeach Secretary Mayorkas due to his incompetence, but also increase pressure on the Senate to quit wasting time and take up H.R. 2, which finishes the construction of our wall, fights the cartels, and keeps our communities safe. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of New York, Mr. Asbayat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1986, Republican President Ronald Reagan signed the Immigration Control and Reform Act. That 1986 Reagan bill, in addition to implementing border security, granted a pathway to citizens to nearly 3 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. Then in the 90s, Mr. Speaker, Republican President George Bush signed another Immigration Act, which almost, among other measures, created the Temporary Protected Status Program, known as TPS, to provide relief for immigrants from countries that are immersed in deep suffering. Later on, Mr. Speaker, his son, George W. Bush, also followed through in providing relief to immigrants across the nation. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to that Republican Party? I want to know where they are today. Issues with our immigration system has existed since the Reagan years. The only difference today is their lack of bipartisan desire from MAGA Republicans to work with us and address this issue. President Bush worked with Senator Kennedy. George W. Bush worked across the aisle to find equal ground. Instead of coming to the table to address issues on the border security and compassionate measures like protections for dreamers, which 80% of voters support, MAGA Republicans have turned their backs on legislation to fix our immigration system. Instead of doing their jobs, House Republicans' latest stunt is a bogus, baseless impeachment inquiry of Secretary Mayorkas, which blames a single man for the situation at the border, a situation that has been around since the Reagan years. And it lays at the doorstep of a single man, Mr. Speaker, this issue. Bogus, baseless, a political tool in an election year. That's what this impeachment proceeding is, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the Republicans when they speak on this, and they have time and time again failed to articulate any charge against Secretary Mayorkas. Even conservative experts agree this impeachment inquiry is a sham. Michael Chertoff, a former judge and DHS secretary under President George W. Bush, stated that Republicans have failed to put forward any evidence that meets the bar for this impeachment, this bogus impeachment process that is a political tool in an election year. In reality, Secretary Mayorkas has done all he can to improve conditions in the ports of entry where fentanyl comes through every day, through wheels. Not through migrants, through wheels. He has done all he could to bring technology to the border in a balanced approach. But even so, Secretary Mayorkas can only execute the laws that are written by Congress. And this Congress has been negligent, derelict in its duty not to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Instead of acting with us to fix this issue, Republicans are pursuing a bogus impeachment inquiry, trying to lay a problem that has dragged for decades upon decades upon decades in Republican administrations and Democratic administration at the doorstep of Secretary Mayorkas. A political tool, a bogus political tool that they resort to every 4 years to try to get elected. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they choose not to fix the problem. They don't want to put it in the rearview mirror. They want to go to it every 4 years so they can flame xenophobia against ordinary immigrants like myself. So I stand here to denounce this bogus, baseless impeachment proceeding against Secretary Mayorkas. If anybody should be expelled, it's the leadership of that party that has been negligent in their duties to address in a balanced approach that takes into consideration border safety, that takes into consideration immigration reform, that takes into consideration the impact on the economy of farm workers, that takes into consideration the root causes of migration in the hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the state of California, Mr. Valadao,
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5
Speaker.
minutes.
Next week, California is expecting more atmospheric rivers that are bringing welcome rain to our state. I'm grateful for this rain and know many of my fellow farmers are. Unfortunately, this is deja vu for many of us in the Central Valley, since not much has changed in the past 12 months to better prepare ourselves for another consecutive wet year. Just last year, after 3 years of extreme drought, our state was hit with enough water to supply farms, communities, and homes for years to come. Unfortunately, extreme environmentalists in Sacramento, bureaucrats have denied the approval of new water storage projects and restricted how much water we're able to pump with complex and contradictory regulations. The devastating flooding in my district and the millions of gallons of water that were flushed out to the ocean were the direct result of water mismanagement. Many of my constituents are still picking up the pieces from this flooding. These storms brought to light many flaws in our existing disaster relief programs. We must improve coordination between federal agencies involved in disaster relief like FEMA, Army Corps, and the USDA, so that residents and industries know who to turn to and have timely access to disaster assistance programs and services. As we continue working to get additional disaster assistance for these communities, we must work to ensure we are better prepared for these types of weather events, because we know that eventually the rain will stop. Drought is a reoccurring feature in California's climate, and the time to prepare for those dry years is right now. Maximizing what can be moved at all times through the Delta, especially during these atmospheric river events, and investing in water storage, infrastructure, and conveyance projects is critical to capture and store as much rain as possible. If we don't, we will inevitably find ourselves in another man-made water shortage. We cannot let this water go to waste, and we cannot let the lessons learned from last year's storms be in vain. Thousands of livelihoods, the future of agriculture in California, and America's food security depend on it. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hoy estoy presente entre ustedes para contarles sobre mi visita al Centro Correccional del Condado de Cibola y para demandar cambios a los malos tratos dentro de los centros de detención de inmigrantes. Muchos de estos centros, como el de Cibola, son operados por compañías privadas, y lo que hemos visto es que las condiciones dentro de estas instalaciones son inaceptables, faltando humanidad y acceso a los derechos civiles que estos inmigrantes merecen. Los detenidos, cual su único crimen es entrar a este país sin papeles, me informaron en persona de estas condiciones deplorables, incluyendo alimentos que ni son justos para los perros. No tienen acceso al sistema legal. Los encierran en celdas solitarias por pedir ayuda. Ni pueden lavar sus sábanas. Los dejan encerrados por casi un año, mientras esperan ir ante un juez. El maltrato de los que buscan refugio es algo que nunca deberemos aceptar en nuestra nación. No importa si son de Ucrania, de Afganistán o de Venezuela. Mi proyecto de ley, la Ley de Responsabilidad Humanitaria, es un paso adelante para garantizar el trato humano a los inmigrantes. La intención de mi legislación es traer a luz el tratamiento de inmigrantes en los centros de detención. Debemos enfrentarnos a la realidad. Hay una oportunidad para asegurar que podamos tratar a todos con dignidad y humanidad. Por ejemplo, cuando el mayor de los inmigrantes son hispanohablantes y los guardias y estas compañías no les proveen la información en español, es una injusticia para el acceso al sistema legal y a esta nación de leyes. Imagínate, escapar de tu país en pánico, sufrir abusos, perder todo, arriesgar tu vida y luego enfrentar a un juez que va a decidir tu futuro sin tener acceso a un abogado porque no recibiste la información en tu idioma y no te dieron acceso a tus documentos en estos centros de detenciones. En esta visita hablé con un hombre de Venezuela, un soldado de su país que buscaba refugio, y me dijo que no pudo presentar evidencia de su caso de asilo debido a la falta de acceso al Internet en el centro de detención. Estas injusticias se hacen a propósito. Él y muchos otros en este centro merecen tener la oportunidad de tener los recursos para presentar sus casos de asilo. Colegas, tenemos que tomar una decisión. ¿Ignoramos el sufrimiento en la frontera y le seguimos dando millones de dólares a las empresas privadas que causan este sufrimiento? ¿O defendemos la justicia y actuamos con compasión? Mi legislación es una respuesta, un compromiso para asegurar que todos los centros de detención de todos los inmigrantes operen con estándares básicos que protejan los derechos humanos para todos los que buscan refugio en nuestra gran nación. Después de todo, somos una nación de inmigrantes. Les pido a mis colegas que apoyen la Ley de Responsabilidad Humanitaria y ser la voz de aquellos que no puedan hablar por sí mismos y a lograr el cambio que nuestro sistema de inmigración
tan desesperadamente necesita. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are committed to conducting the necessary congressional oversight of President Biden's administration. That's why we have initiated a formal impeachment inquiry into the president. Because bottom line, Americans deserve to know what the office of the vice president and now president, that it's not for sale. According to the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, evidence reveals that President Joe Biden knew of, participated in, and directly benefited from his family cashing in on the Biden name. Through evidence uncovered in financial records, wire transfers from foreign entities, emails, testimony from credible IRS whistleblowers, texts, and transcribed interviews with the Biden family associates, the evidence paints a clear picture. During President Joe Biden's time as vice president, his son, Hunter Biden, sold his father as, quote, the brand, to reap millions from oligarchs in Kazakhstan, Russia, and Ukraine. The family even began working with the Chinese entity during President Biden's time as vice president. It appears that no real services were provided other than access to the Biden network, which makes this even more suspicious. Most intellectually honest and objective people would call this a smoking gun. But unfortunately, most members of the mainstream media do not fall into this category these days. That's why most Americans have turned away from mainstream media outlets. These media outlets have lost all credibility because they refuse to dig deeper to answer the legitimate and obviously newsworthy questions that many Americans have about the evidence showing President Biden's central role in his family's unethical business schemes. That's why House Republicans must remain committed to finding answers. Some of these answers may come from the president's son, Hunter Biden, who, up until recently, has defied congressional subpoenas to testify before the relevant committees. He even had the gall to recently show up to the Capitol and a committee hearing simply as an outrageous publicity stunt. He offered to answer any question, but actually answered none. Then, after making an ugly scene, he left with his taxpayer-funded security. The Tennesseans I represent in Congress deserve transparency. They deserve to know what qualifications Hunter Biden had to serve on the board of the scandal-ridden Ukrainian oil company Burisma. They deserve to know who was purchasing Hunter Biden's artwork and why. Because after all, we know Hunter Biden isn't an artist producing works worth hundreds of thousands of dollars that he's receiving. What's most unfortunate about House Republicans' work to uncover this evidence is that not a single member of the Democratic Party has joined us. This is about doing what's right on behalf of our nation and about defending our Constitution. It is our constitutional duty to find out whether the president has committed an impeachable offense. We will leave no stone unturned. No lead or shred of evidence will be left behind. That is our commitment, and it always will be. We are committed to finding the truth, delivering accountability and transparency to the American people, and we are committed to the Constitution of the United States of America above all else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Excuse me. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Burchett. Sorry, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
And I'll remind the members, we have a few more seats down front. I know some of y'all are crowded up in the back, but if y'all want to come down front, that'd be quite all right. Mr. Speaker, we are nearly $35 trillion in debt right now. That's over $100,000 per American, including children. It's all because of our out-of-control spending, and so much of that money is either unaccounted for or just plain wasteful, Mr. Speaker. The Pentagon can't even tell us where half its funds end up, and that's about, right now, they have about $500 billion that's unaccounted for. $500 billion. Foreign aid ends up in the hands of terrorists because we don't actually track it. Pandemic fraud was through the roof because we just threw checks at people like they were candy. Democrats also force Americans to spend a bunch of money on things we don't need. Americans could be on the hook for over $450 billion a year to take care of illegal immigrants because the Biden administration won't close the dadgum border. We're spending money on drag shows at military bases. We're paying for more diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in our federal government. We're funding government employees' out-of-state trips to get abortions. It's so ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Americans elected us to handle the budget, and they're suffering as a result. The Democrats' massive spending policies take more of their hard-earned money and then drive up the prices so their paychecks don't go as far as they used to. Congress needs to stand up, Mr. Speaker, and we need to get us some dadgum guts right now and make some real fiscally responsible changes on how we spend, or else we will lose this country. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor retired Air Force Chief Master Sergeant Christy Shawhan. Chief Master Sergeant Shawhan joined the military right after high school and was deployed to Saudi Arabia during Operation Southern Watch at the age of 23. Christy comes from a family of Air Force service members, and her grandparents served in World War II. When Chief Master Sergeant Shawhan took off the uniform for good, she continued serving her fellow veterans here in East Tennessee. She became involved with a national military support group called Irreverent Warriors, whose mission is to bring veterans together through humor and camaraderie to help prevent veteran suicide. The group also organizes hikes, marches, and other gatherings to bring veterans closer together, and I've been invited and attended many of their events, and it's quite a day, Mr. Speaker. When she was asked if she feels honored and respected for serving her country, she said, "In East Tennessee, I do." That's a testament to our community. I'm proud to represent folks who truly appreciate our veterans and make sure that appreciation is known. Chief Master Sergeant Shawhan served our country faithfully for 28 years before retiring, and I want to thank her so much for her service. We wouldn't have a country, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't for men and women like Christy Shawhan. It's my honor to recognize her as Tennessee's 2nd Congressional District, January 2024 Veteran of the Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of my dear friend David Earl Folk, who passed away on January 8th at the age of 72. Dave was born and raised in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he fell in love with his portable transistor radio. He would hide it under his covers at night and would try to pick up faraway stations. This fascination grew into a career, and David grew up to become a beloved personality in Knoxville and Atlanta. Dave was never more comfortable than when he was sitting in a studio, had a hot mic in front of him, and 5 police and fire scanners going off behind him. Dave was an accomplished journalist. He won numerous awards, or he earned those awards actually, including the Edward R. Murrow Award, the Green Eye Shade Award, and honors by the Associated Press of Tennessee and Georgia. You know he's good at what he does when Haller and Hill calls him one of the greats. He knew everything about a fire engine and the firefighters, and he was enamored with them as they were with him. He actually survived 2 helicopter crashes, if you can imagine that. And he's survived by his wife, Dina, their 3 children, Bethany, Jonathan, and Julia, as well as 8 grandchildren. I always remember being in the studio, Mr. Speaker, and as a young man, they'd asked me to host a show. I didn't have any guests. I was running out of things to say, and Dave walked in and filled in 15 minutes of dead air for me, and it was just wonderful radio. It was a wonderful experience, and I'll miss Dave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from references to occupants of the gallery. Chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, my good friend, Ms. Miller, or Dr. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an ophthalmologist, I would like to recognize National Glaucoma Awareness Month and highlight the need to prevent, treat, and preserve our vision. Glaucoma is a condition that impairs the optic nerve, or the nerve that is responsible for transmitting electrical impulses from the eye to the brain. Glaucoma can impact anyone. However, some people are predisposed and have an increased risk. Therefore, this month, I encourage everyone to know your risk, research the signs and symptoms of glaucoma, which can be minimal until they're far advanced, and get a complete dilated eye exam, especially if you are over the age of 35. While we currently do not have a cure for glaucoma, there is treatment and delay, and I hope that this National Glaucoma Awareness Month can serve as a time to treat, prevent, and preserve our vision health. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Iowa 80 truck stop, which is also known as the world's largest truck stop. For 6 decades, this iconic rest stop has been more than just a pit stop for drivers. It is a testament to the resilience, hard work, and camaraderie that define the trucking community. And this is no ordinary truck stop. Yes, it has gasoline, yes, it has food, and it has showers, but it has so much more than that. The Iowa 80 truck stop caters to drivers. They have a large screen theater with theater seats. They have not only showers, but they have health care. They have a barber shop there so that truckers can get the things that they need when they're away from home. This anniversary is also a nod to the dedication of truckers who crisscross our nation, often sacrificing time with loved ones to keep our supply chains moving. So we congratulate the Iowa 80 truck stop on 60 years of service, and let's also salute the resilient truck drivers as well. May this landmark continue to be a haven for drivers for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the retirement and career of Paula Sands, a beloved host and news anchor from KWQC. For the past 41 years, we have welcomed Paula Sands into our homes. Paula began her TV career at KWQC in 1982 and as a co-host of PM Magazine. At the time, she was the youngest co-host of PM Magazine in the country. Eventually, the program was renamed Paula Sands Live and recently celebrated its 30-year anniversary. In 2015, Paula was inducted into the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Silver Circle. To many, Paula is the definition of dedication, style, professionalism, and I wish her the best of luck on her next chapter. Congratulations, Paula, on a very impressive career and a well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Tori Taylor, the well-decorated punter for the University of Iowa's football team, for receiving the Ray Guy Award, an award that is given to the nation's top collegiate punter. Tori Taylor is the first Hawkeye to win the Ray Gun Award and the second consecutive Melbourne, Australia native to receive this prestigious award. With a record-breaking number of career punts and punting yards, Tori Taylor was a shoo-in for this year's award. Congratulations, Tori Taylor, on the award and on an incredible season, and go Hawks. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? With the psalmist we pray, show us your steadfast love, O Lord, and grant us your salvation. Let us hear what God the Lord will speak, for God will speak to the people, to those who turn to God in their heart. God of grace and God of glory, we turn our hearts and minds toward you. In these days of warring madness, bend our pride to your control. Shame the wanton disregard for human life and dignity that scourges our communities, our nation, our world. Shame the selfish gladness for power and domination that plagues all corners of the earth. Grant wisdom and courage to those who stand up to the hegemonic overreach in Ukraine. Grant wisdom and courage to those who seek fair and peaceful resolution in Israel and Gaza. In the facing of these hours of discontent and strife, grant us wisdom, grant us courage, as we seek to serve you whom we adore. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Knights of Columbus Council 403 as they celebrate their 125th anniversary. The Knights of Columbus Council 403 is located in Bradford, Pennsylvania in McKean County, and this chapter has been instrumental in the history and the growth of the city of Bradford. This anniversary is commemorated with a marker that was commissioned by the Wright Monuments, and it was placed outside the St. Bernard Church. To celebrate this anniversary, members gathered on church grounds before dinner and socializing at the Bradford Club. The Catholic Fraternal Organization was founded January 29, 1899, and the Council continues its deep history in the Bradford Catholic community today. As members of the Council, they aspire to live by 4 principles: charity, unity, fraternity, and patriotism. Congratulations on this historical anniversary, and thank you for all the work that you do within the Bradford community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Mr. George Sally, who at the age of 94 was among the oldest living foot soldiers from Bloody Sunday before his passing on January 18, 2024. An Alabama native and the son of sharecroppers, Mr. Sally dedicated his life to the betterment of his community. A Korean War veteran who served honorably, Mr. Sally risked life and limb to protect our American ideals at a time when our nation refused to address the injustices of segregation. After his military service, he became involved in the civil rights movement, a path that led him on that fateful day, March 7, 1965, otherwise known as Bloody Sunday. It was on that fateful day that he and his fellow marchers like John Lewis were brutalized by state troopers for their peaceful pursuit of racial equality. Mr. Sally's life stands as a testament to the power of ordinary Americans to achieve extraordinary social change. He never missed a bridge crossing commemoration, and I was honored to stand alongside him and President Biden last year as he marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge for one last time. I asked my colleagues to join me in celebrating the inspiring life and legacy of Mr. Sally. May his sacrifices and those of the foot soldiers not be in vain. Congress should take up the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and pass it now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to correct a misconception about the surge of illegal immigration plaguing our nation, particularly since President Biden became commander-in-chief. Under this administration, more than 8 million people have crossed our southern border illegally. That's more than the population of my home state of Tennessee. The misconception is that this is the result of failed policy, but it's not. This is the policy of the Biden administration. On the campaign trail in 2019, the then candidate Biden told a crowd of Iowa voters, quote, "We could afford to take in a heartbeat another 2 million people," close quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, that was a promise made and a promise kept, and a promise multiplied by 4. I continue to admonish the President to listen to the American people who desperately want him to rescind his disastrous executive actions that created this humanitarian disaster, to end his catch and release policy, and to finally begin to secure our borders. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to applaud the political parties at Stormont in Belfast, Northern Ireland, as they reach agreement that will restore the executive government. After nearly 2 years of delay, Stormont is one step closer to resuming the people's business. This is a victory for democracy and for the people of Northern Ireland. The Good Friday Agreement marked the end of the longest period of conflict in Irish history. It happened because everyone involved acted together in good faith. Almost 26 years ago, the parties in Northern Ireland are doing precisely that, acting in good faith to restore government and resume the difficult work, indeed, of legislating. When the United States helped to broker the Good Friday Agreement, cementing its place as a guarantor of that agreement, it did so with one primary objective: ensuring every tradition in Northern Ireland had a voice in pursuit of peace and prosperity. With that restoration of power sharing on the horizon, the people today in Northern Ireland are the winners. Their voices will be heard once again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been over 100 days since the murderous invasion of Israel by Iranian puppet Hamas. There was merciless slaughter, over 1,200 Israelis and over 200 taken hostage, including Americans. One of the hostages still being held in Gaza is American-Israeli Sagit Dekel-Kun. When terrorists on October 7th, Sagit locked his wife and children in a safe room. He bravely fought, was ultimately taken hostage. While captive, his wife, Vital, gave birth to their third child. In the name of humanity, Sagit must be set free. As long as there are Hamas hostages, there can be no good faith negotiations. All hostages should come home now to stop deaths caused by Hamas sacrificing human shields. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent in our country, as warned by the FBI. Our sympathy to the families of the 3 Georgia reservists murdered by Iranian puppet Houthi. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the courage, the fortitude, and the sheer patriotism of E. Jean Carroll. You may have heard something about her involved in a recent court case, which followed another court case, in which Ms. Carroll received a very favorable judgment by juries of her fellow citizens who heard and weighed all the evidence, free of political ads. Here we shall not name the defendant because we're talking about American heroes, an immovable force and an inspiration for all Americans. We should be heartened that Ms. Carroll, at a terrible personal cost, did not shrink from taking on the most powerful person in the world, not Taylor Swift, the other guy, in a world to bring him to justice and hold him accountable for his terrible deeds. Ms. Carroll did not waver, even as the minions of her abuser attacked her in the most vile and despicable ways. E. Jean Carroll had steady grace and determination, and the jury saw her, and they saw her truth. As she summed it up, her case is a huge defeat for every bully who has tried to keep a woman down. I hope all Americans find a glimmer of hope that we may yet be the country we must be to survive, and that no one, no matter how powerful, is above the law. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of a truly remarkable gentleman, Mr. Ray Young. Mr. Ray was born in Hyco, Louisiana in 1929 and grew up no stranger to hard work or getting his hands dirty on his family's farm. Building a successful agriculture business from the ground up and establishing deep roots in the ag community, he is well regarded as the nation's longest tenured crop consultant, a passionate and widely respected officer in both local and national organizations, and a tireless advocate for agriculture in Washington, D.C. Mr. Ray grew to be loved by all who encountered him and quickly became an irreplaceable figure across the state of Louisiana. Mr. Ray held a rare and unique quality, always seeing the good in everyone he met, even seeing the promise in a challenging piece of land. He is a friend to many, an enemy to none, never judging anyone by their limitations. Beyond his extensive agriculture background and accomplishments, Mr. Ray's unwavering faith in the Lord served as an inspiration and showcased the very best of our Louisiana community. He was a man of good faith and goodwill, with a true servant's heart who sought to love the others the way Christ loves us. I have no doubt that he has heard the words from above, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been nearly 100 days since my colleagues elected me to lead this chamber, and I cannot express how grateful I am for their trust. This is the honor of my life, and it means everything to us. And despite our challenges that we face day in and day out, and the tough fights that lawmaking inevitably brings, I still believe that we can again be a shining city on a hill. I believe that we can champion again what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but really they're the 7 core principles of America. They are our foundations. I believe it boils down to individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity. These are the things that made us the most successful, most extraordinary nation in the history of the world. We're also the most benevolent, but it can't be maintained if we sacrifice those foundations. Today, however, I need to address the burning issue. The unprecedented challenge that we find ourselves in demands that we all address the issue of the day. And it is no surprise to anyone in this chamber that that issue is America's border security. And as I said here on the night that I took my oath, we have a catastrophe at our southern border. It is because the border has been deliberately opened wide that we see the terrific horrors that are taking place across our country right now. Here's a short list. From Texas to New York, waves of illegal immigrants are now overwhelming our communities. Just since the time I was elected Speaker, less than 100 days ago, more than 700,000 illegals have been welcomed into our country illegally by the Biden administration. American school children have been forced into virtual schools. Why? So migrants can sleep in their school buildings. Korean War veterans of the U.S. have been booted from nursing homes that were sold to house migrants. Our streets are being flooded with fentanyl. Hundreds of thousands of children and adults are being poisoned and losing their lives. Vulnerable children and women are being exploited and trafficked by cartels, and that's happening even within our borders. The fallout goes on and on and on. And I am here this morning to beg of my colleagues to help us force the administration to take action. We have to stop this now and put Americans and Americans' border security first. In January, I took the largest ever congressional delegation down to the southern border. We had 64 members, 64 House Republicans, representing more than half the states in this country. Why? Because now every state is a border state. And during our trip, we met with senior Border Patrol officials and officers and local sheriffs and ranchers and landowners and community leaders who are dealing with this crisis right there at the line. And we heard about how they're struggling to deal with the overwhelming surge of illegals who are flooding into our nation. And while the Senate and the White House were negotiating a so-called border security deal, one Border Patrol official compared the situation this way. He said, what we're being asked to do right now, this is a 33-year veteran of the Border Patrol, a high-ranking official in the agency. He said, what we're being asked to do right now is administer an open fire hydrant. He said, please convey to our friends in Washington, we don't need more buckets. We need to turn off the flow. And his metaphor explains the situation perfectly. Since President Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas assumed office, there have been more than 7 million encounters with illegal aliens just at our southern border alone. 35 of our 50 states, including my home state of Louisiana, don't have a population that large. Yet that's how many people have been apprehended in just the past 3 years. Among those who've been apprehended on the southern border, but between ports of entry, more than 300 individuals who are on our terror watch list. Terrorist watch list. The frightening question is, if so many terrorists were caught attempting to cross our borders, how many have entered undetected? We suspect it is a much higher number. And we know that there are at least 1.8 million gotaways that we know have escaped CBP. Who knows what dangerous plans those gotaways are making and what foreign adversaries they may be speaking with. Understand the situation at our border presents a clear and present danger to our national security, and it demands that it be addressed. Even officials within the executive branch are saying so. FBI Director Christopher Wray told the Homeland Security Committee just in November that these gotaways are a great concern for the agency and that all 56 of our joint terrorism task forces are trying to identify who these people are. While we don't know how many terrorists are inside our borders, it's an unknowable number. We do know that fentanyl is pouring into our communities like an open sewer. Right now, the leading cause of death in America for Americans age 18 to 46 is fentanyl poisoning. And fentanyl seizures have increased 2.5 times since President Biden took office. That's just the seizures. The rest of it flows right in. But even as some of it is seized, we know much more is making its way into our schools and our neighborhoods and virtually every community in America. Just a quick snapshot of my state in New Orleans. In my home state, 95% of the drug overdoses in New Orleans are caused by fentanyl. 95%. We see that this poison is ripping families apart. Victoria McCulley from Baton Rouge was only 29 years old when she lost her life to fentanyl. She was buried by her parents, leaving behind her brother and her sister and her young son. Alex Stenson is another victim. Like Victoria, he was from Baton Rouge. And sadly, also like Victoria, he died from fentanyl poisoning before his 30th birthday, leaving behind a heartbroken mom and dad and sister. Near Slidell, Louisiana, just last week, a precious 2-year-old child was found dead in her home with fentanyl in her system. Moms and dads, brothers and grandmothers, all of us are losing loved ones to a drug that is being smuggled across the border in droves. It's a parent's worst nightmare, of course, burying a child. And sadly, because of our open border, more and more parents are having to experience that unspeakable tragedy. That leads the American people to ask a very important question. And it is one that we've been asking on this side of the aisle for a long, long time. Where in the world is Secretary Mayorkas on all of this? He is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. It's his responsibility to prevent these harmful drugs from flowing into our country and to secure that border. And he's done nothing of the sort. As we've heard from Border Patrol agents, he's doing exactly the opposite. He's handicapping law enforcement. He's limiting their ability to catch narcotics like fentanyl. He's making it virtually impossible. They say in their own words, and they told us down on the border at Eagle Pass, it's impossible to do the job that they were trained to do. Perhaps the Secretary is busy identifying more people on the list that he can release on parole. Because just since fiscal year 2022, Secretary Mayorkas has released into the country more than 1.5 million aliens. Just sent them out into the country on what they call parole. Remember, the Immigration and Nationality Act states very clearly that parole should only be used on a case-by-case basis and a temporary basis. But millions of illegals right now are being granted parole and spending many years in the United States before they're ever even expected to appear before a judge. Some of them are given a piece of paper that says, we'll see you in a decade. It's absurd. This mass parole is neither temporary nor selective. It is a clear violation of federal law, and it is dangerous, and it is subversive, and it's intentional. And to make matters worse, we've learned that the Biden administration is now simply releasing 85% of the illegals who come across that border right into the country. They're coming to a neighborhood near you. For reference, by the way, if you're watching the metrics, in 2013, the Obama administration, listen to this, the Obama administration detained 82% of illegal aliens. How do we go from detaining 82% to releasing 85%? It only happens if this is by design. It only happens if it's an orchestrated, intentional effort by the administration to do exactly that. And that is what the evidence shows. John Adams famously said, facts are stubborn things. And these are the facts, and you can't look away. This is only part of why Chairman Green and the House Homeland Security Committee marked up articles of impeachment last night. They wrapped that up at about 1:15 this morning, and they did very important work for our country, and we will be moving forward swiftly on those articles. It's long overdue. But Secretary Mayorkas is only part of the problem, because earlier this month, I released a memo documenting 64 specific actions that the Biden administration has taken to undermine our border security and to promote the mass release of illegals and dangerous persons into our country. 64 times. And here's just a couple of the many alarming actions. And this is all public. Everybody can go see this. The day he took office, the very first day that he walked into the Oval Office, President Biden revoked Executive Order 9844. You know what that did? It ended construction of the border wall that Congress had already paid for. Everybody's seen the images on TV, the materials out there rotting in the sun and the elements. Why? Because Joe Biden decided unilaterally he didn't want a wall. In February 2021, the administration stopped applying Title 42 expulsions to children and incentivized, by doing that, incentivized families to send unaccompanied children through Mexico under the watch of who? Cartels and traffickers. Since then, the administration has lost track. They admit to this number, they admit that they've lost track of more than 80,000 unaccompanied children somewhere in the U.S. Well, we were down there at Eagle Pass, at the Del Rio sector. We went through one of these processing centers. And what we saw down there was heartbreaking. It was infuriating. But you see these small children, they're unaccompanied minors. Some of them, of course, aren't even, they can't even speak the language, obviously. They have interpreters there. But they don't even know who they are. I mean, these are young children. They don't know what their full names are, where they hail from, who their parents are. And they sit them there, and they ask questions, some preliminary questions. And if the children don't know it, you know what they do? Literally, they take a sticker, and they put it on the chest of the little child that says Jane Doe or John Doe. What happens to them after that? Border Patrol says, gosh, we don't know. Our job is just to process them here. Well, they're released, presumably into the hands of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, who are being refunded, by the way, by American taxpayers, who do something with the children, and then they just disappear. Well, we know 80,000 of them are missing. We don't know where they are. Have they been put into trafficking rings? We can only guess. We know that some of these kids are being trafficked for free labor and being forced to do things that are too appalling for us to articulate on this floor. Everybody here knows that's happening. Everybody here knows that's happening. And we're not demanding the president stop it. He can. He has the power to do it. I'll continue. In October 2021, the Biden administration revoked the migrant protection protocols that had been instituted under President Trump. That's the policy that we all know colloquially as Remain in Mexico, right? The Remain in Mexico policy kept asylum seekers in a safe haven third country while they were seeking asylum in the United States. You know why that works so magically well? Because it sent a message around the world that you shouldn't pay your life savings to a cartel to traffic you through Mexico and drop you over the U.S. border, because you're not going to be dropped over the U.S. border. Hey, save your time and treasure and trouble. Don't take that dangerous journey, because the word goes out on social media to countries all around the world, they're not going to let you in. Man, is that the most common sense rule you've ever thought of? The president doesn't agree. President Biden doesn't agree, because he stopped it. He issued an executive order to stop that common sense rule. A senior Border Patrol officer told us on that trip to Eagle Pass that if the Biden administration, if President Biden, by the stroke of a pen, would issue an executive order today to just simply reinstate remain in Mexico, they think that that would stop the flow by 70%, 7-0. One stroke of a pen by the president. He does not seem to care. I told President Biden this myself on multiple occasions, most recently a couple of weeks ago on the phone. I read him the law that says that he has all this authority, but he refuses to act. And that's even despite court orders, by the way, that instructed the administration to reinstitute remain in Mexico while the litigation was going on. You know what they did? They ignored it. The administration refused it. I can keep going. September 2022, the Biden administration reversed a 2019 DHS public charge rule. What was that about? They began granting entry to aliens who we know will be a burden to taxpayers to receive immigration benefits. This matters because it's one of many instances in which the Biden administration is actively incentivizing illegals to come to the United States. We have laid out the welcome mat. We told everybody around the world, come on, come on. You know what? The U.S. taxpayer will take care of you. You know how much it's costing you at home, the American people, all of our constituents? Billions and billions and billions of dollars to do what? To provide for people who are intentionally breaking our laws? Billions and billions of dollars to house them and educate them and clothe them and take care of them. Why should we bear that burden when they break our laws? That's what our constituents are asking, and more people in this chamber need to be asking it as well. We're asking it on the House Republican side. We need our Democrat colleagues to join us. Instead of threatening illegal aliens with deportation, we're rolling out the welcome mat. We're including aliens who will drain resources. You know what? Here's the other tragedy. The resources, those precious taxpayer dollars, are intended for and paid by American citizens. But when you drain those resources and you spend them on illegals from other countries, you cannot take care of your own. It's a travesty. You can also see this with how DHS has abused the CBP One app, right? We've got an app. We've made it even easier now. In January 2023, they expanded the use of the app so aliens could just make appointments and then be released immediately right into America's interior. Sure enough, guess what? 95% of all illegals who simply scheduled appointments through the app were released right into the United States on what they call parole. That's right. All you got to do, just download the app, because they all have smartphones, many of them coming over the border. Download the app, make an appointment, and the President of the United States will release you into a network of NGOs who will put you on a plane to the destination of your choice without any identification, by the way, while Americans are waiting in line to get through TSA, all on the dime of the American taxpayer. Ask yourself, is that right? Is that just? Is that good for America or anybody else involved? It's not. The open border combined with the incentives to come have produced a catastrophic year for our Border Patrol agents. In September 2023, U.S. Border Patrol recorded more than 270,000 illegal alien encounters at the southern border in one single month. That was the largest ever up to that point. But guess what? That record was broken just a couple months later, because in December, this past December 2023, CBP recorded more than 302,000 encounters, almost double the population of my hometown, Shreveport, Louisiana, in just 1 month. 302,000 people just walked right into the country, and we saw it down there with our own two eyes. And most recently, as President Biden has failed to exercise his constitutional obligation to police the border and protect Americans, now he's undermined Texas's ability to protect its citizens, its residents. You know, Texas has a constitutional authority to take care of its people. The first job of the government is to protect its citizens. And when Texas has acted to do that, the Biden administration and the president himself have intervened. They've taken them to court. They're cutting their razor wire. They're taking away the measures that the state of Texas has taken out of desperation to protect its own people. I could go on and on and on about all this, and the numbers and the actions, the 64 actions that we've documented that President Biden has specifically taken to open that border wide up. But it's crystal clear his policy choices and Secretary Mayorkas' refusal to comply with the law are driving this border catastrophe. The Biden administration has replaced detain and deport with catch and release. Instead of order, they have chosen for us disorder and chaos. Rather than securing the homeland, they've ceded the homeland to cartels and traffickers. By the way, at the Del Rio sector alone, at Eagle Pass, Texas, they told us the cartels are estimated, I think they said they're making $3.5 million a day trafficking human beings into the country. Do the math. They're making over $1 billion a year, bringing undocumented children, trafficked children, victims right into the country and bringing them in. They're doing this intentionally. They have chosen disorder and chaos. They have ceded the homeland to the traffickers and the cartels. And the Department of Homeland Security has effectively become a taxi driver to just help traffickers complete the last few miles of their human smuggling operation. And they're making billions of dollars in the process. It's all absolute madness, and it is dismantling the safety of our communities. The House Judiciary Committee, where I served before I became Speaker, recently released a report showing that right now there are more than 617,000 aliens on ICE's non-detained docket, who also have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. That's right, you heard it right. That means that more than 500,000 known criminals, illegal aliens, are in the U.S., in our communities, free to reoffend and victimize American people. The president's actions are also creating a permanent underclass in our society. Here's another sad secondary effect of this, an underclass of non-citizens who receive many of the benefits of citizenship. He's inviting chaos and disorder within our land that is tearing at the very fabric of our society. The president can put a stop to this. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have designed this catastrophe. And now, rather than accept any accountability or responsibility for what they've clearly done, President Biden wants to somehow try to shift the blame to Congress for his administration's catastrophe by design. It's absolutely laughable. No one's falling for this. My counter is this: if President Biden wants us to believe he's serious about protecting our national security, he needs to demonstrate good faith and take immediate action to secure that border. But he won't do it. He needs to immediately stop the mass release of illegals into our country, but he won't do it. If he wants our House Republican Conference to view him as a good faith negotiator, he could start with a stroke of a pen. But he's got to do it quickly. Last week, I received a letter from former top FBI intelligence officials, including the former Assistant Director of Intelligence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the text of this letter be submitted into the congressional record.
Without objection.
In the letter, the signers said that America is facing a, quote, new and unfamiliar threat. As my colleagues know, you never want to hear our intelligence leaders speak about an unfamiliar threat. But these former FBI officials told us that we are suffering, quote, a soft invasion along our southern border. They're stating what is obvious to all of us. They noted that we are experiencing a surge, listen to this, of military-aged single men who are pouring into our country over the southern border. From adversarial nations, by the way, and from terrorist regimes. When we were at Eagle Pass at the Del Rio sector in January 3rd, with 64 House Republicans, they told us that between 60 to 70% of the people coming across the border right there at that epicenter are single adult males. They're military aged. These are not huddled masses of families seeking refuge and asylum. These are people coming into our country to do only God knows what. And we are allowing it. The Biden administration is allowing it. And we've noted that they're coming from adversarial nations, from terrorist regions. We have no idea what they're planning. But in fiscal year 2023, Border Patrol encountered illegals from 170 different countries, including hundreds from Iran, Syria, thousands from Russia, tens of thousands who have come in from China. Tell me that's not dangerous. In this letter, law enforcement and intelligence leaders are warning us that we may very well suffer a preventable terrorist attack here on the homeland if we don't immediately secure that border and remove these dangerous terrorists from inside our borders. House Republicans, of course, have acted. Last year, we passed the Secure the Border Act. This legislation would address the catastrophe. It would fix the asylum and parole processes that are so broken. It would support our Border Patrol agents. The Senate could take that bill up today, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate have been sitting on it in their majority for 9 months. They could do it right now. They could vote on that and send it to the president's desk, but they won't. Why? Because they're apparently okay with all this as well. And while there may be some who think that it's not a good time to act, I disagree. Good policy, like a strong border and securing our nation and defending our sovereignty, is always good politics. It's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. It's the constitutional thing to do. It's the common sense thing to do. And I cannot for the life of me understand why the president won't agree with that. I've asked him myself repeatedly, Mr. President, do something about it. And he hem-haws and pretends that he doesn't understand what his authority is. He knows what it is. To be sure, we're not going to agree to a fix that doesn't actually solve the problem. We would be derelict in our duty if we did that, because we know what the problems are and we know how to fix them. And just like the border official told us on that trip to the Rio Grande, House Republicans are not here to supply more buckets. We are here to stop the flow. And stopping the flow is not rocket science. It takes political courage. It takes transformational policy changes, and we know what policy changes will accomplish that. This is not conjecture. It's not Republican talking points. This is what the experts at the border, at the epicenter, tell us is necessary and needed. And it is insane that we will not supply it. We're also taking action this very week. Right now, we're doing this every day. I'd like to thank Representatives Siscomani and McClintock and Moore for their hard work on very important bills that the House is considering, even this week. These bills will hold foreign persons like criminal aliens accountable for their crimes and keep them out of our communities. One of those bills is the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, of course named for Border Patrol Agent Raul Gonzalez, who died in the line of duty while pursuing a group of illegal aliens. It would provide stiffer penalties for aliens who attempted to evade arrest by the Border Patrol. We'll also consider a bill to ensure that aliens who are convicted of drunk driving are both deportable and inadmissible. Believe it or not, they're not currently. The third bill would provide stiffer penalties for illegal aliens who engage in Social Security identity theft. The fourth bill would ensure that aliens who have ties to Hamas and the Palestinian Liberation Organization will not be granted entry into the United States. These bills are obviously common sense measures to protect the American people. They should gain support of Republicans and Democrats, but my guess is not many Democrats will support it. And the Republicans in the House will continue to press for secure borders to ensure America's immigration system serves the national interest and does not benefit aliens who are a danger to our own people. Now, last Friday, President Biden came out in support of the Senate's deal, which we haven't seen yet. There's no text yet, but from what we've heard, this so-called deal does not include from what we've heard, these transformational policy changes that are needed to actually stop the border catastrophe. Among the reported details of the bill, again, I'm working off reports because I haven't seen the text, but apparently, reportedly, a new authority would be created in the law so the president can, quote, shut down the border once daily crossings exceed 5,000 a day. Okay, right, you heard that right. Okay, so it is illegal to cross our border, but apparently we're concocting some sort of deal to allow the president to shut down the border after 5,000 people break the law. Why is it 5,000? If you add that up, that'd be 1 million more illegals into our country every year before we take remedial measures. It's madness. We should be asking what kind of enforcement authority kicks in at 5,000 illegal crossings a day. The number should be zero. Zero. And I don't care what congressional district you go into in America, pull people at random on the street and ask them, hey, should we allow 5,000 people to break our law each day to get 1 million into the country, or should we stop it at zero and enforce our law? It's mad. I don't know another word to describe this. It's madness. Anything higher is simply surrender. Anything higher than zero is surrendering our border, surrendering our sovereignty and our security. And it's important to point out, and I want to make this very clear, the president's statement on Friday, he falsely claimed, it was a false claim, that he needs Congress to pass a new law to allow him to close the southern border. He knows that's not true. The president has been around Washington a long time, okay? And the president repeated his claim yesterday on the White House lawn. He said, quote, I've done all I can do. Just give me the power I've asked for. Moments after his comments, the president's own spokeswoman contradicted him and said, quote, there are things that are within his power to secure the border. Well, hello, of course there are. The law is very clear. Anybody can Google this. Any American citizen could just pull this up and read it for themselves. Let's set the record straight. What he said is demonstrably false. I've explained to him specifically. I read the President of the United States the law. the black letter law, on the phone about 2.5 weeks ago. I said, Mr. President, it says very clearly, you have all the tools and the executive authority necessary to reverse the catastrophe that you have created. He has those tools right now, and he has since day one. The Immigration and Nationality Act, for example, coupled with recent Supreme Court precedent, give the president, quote, ample authority to suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens or impose any restrictions he may deem appropriate. That's the broadest authority that Congress probably has ever given a president. And it's been there for a long, long time. In fact, the very provision that I just read you was used by the Obama administration more than 19 times. It's been used, I think, 69 times by presidents since 1980, but not by President Biden. He pretends it's not there. Any attempt by this president to pretend that he's a bystander bereft of any ability to secure the border is patently absurd, and we're going to continue to remind the American people of that. If we take a step back and we consider the current catastrophe at the border, we can all see that our country is at a critical decision point. We are at a moment where we have to decide right now, as a Congress, as a people, we have to decide as the American people if we have borders or not. We have to decide if we believe in the rule of law or not. We have to decide if we're a sovereign nation or we're not. House Republicans do believe that America has borders and that we are a sovereign nation. We believe we must set limits on the number of immigrants who enter, obviously, and the American people have a say on immigration policy. Understanding who enters and enforcing our immigration laws are critical components to maintain a sovereign country. If you do not have sovereignty, you do not have a country. I also believe that border security is part of our solemn obligation to safeguard the well-being of our citizens and uphold the principles that define who we are as a nation. In no sense is border security somehow an act of hostility to neighboring countries. It's exactly the opposite, because a weak border weakens America, and a strong border is good for America, and a stronger America is good for everybody around the world, and everybody in this chamber should acknowledge that. And just as we lock our doors at night to protect our homes, we secure our borders to protect our homeland. And my friends, that is our sacred obligation. We in the House Republican Conference desperately want to protect our homeland because we want to ensure that all of our children and grandchildren can continue to enjoy the blessings of liberty that we have enjoyed and that we have loved and experienced. And we can continue this grand experiment in self-governance that we began in 1776. But here's the question, I'll leave you with this. Does President Biden want that? Does President Biden believe in the rule of law? Does President Biden believe that we're a sovereign nation? Does he believe that Americans and not those from other countries should be put first? Every American citizen should be asking these questions of the president and helping us demand his answers. We won't stop. We're going to continue. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my strong opposition to the Wyden-Smith tax bill that is set to come to the floor tonight. From welfare expansion to inflationary deficits, this tax bill is a Trojan horse for bad policies disguised as tax relief. But the most egregious problem is that this tax bill fails to close a loophole that allows illegal aliens with U.S.-born children, that would be anchor babies, to claim the child tax credit. So after 3 years of Joe Biden's intentional illegal invasion, which is now being used by the Uniparty as an excuse to pass a horrendous border bill that encourages more illegal immigration, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are set to expand the child tax credit while subsequently allowing illegal aliens to cash in on those benefits. There's no denying that these cash welfare payments reward and incentivize more illegal immigration. This tax bill advances policies that only worsen the chaos and fuel the border crisis. It's a magnet for more illegal immigration, and I encourage all members to vote against it. Americans simply deserve better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back. And members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 980, I call up the bill H.R. 6678, the Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 291, H.R. 6678, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed Social Security fraud are inadmissible and deportable.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 980, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitution consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-23 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary of their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 118-362, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 6678.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6678 makes aliens inadmissible to and removable from the United States excuse me, for committing Social Security fraud and identification document fraud. The numbers are staggering. In 2017, before the Democrats opened our borders and produced the largest illegal mass migration in recorded history, there were 1.2 million cases, 1.2 million cases in which illegal aliens used Social Security numbers that either belonged to someone else or were simply fabricated. A 2020 GAO report on employment-related identity fraud identified more than 2.9 million Social Security numbers with risk characteristics associated with Social Security number misuse. Last year, an investigative report published by Real Clear Investigations said this, quote, reports dating back over a decade show that hundreds of thousands of Americans are unknowingly sharing their Social Security numbers with illegal aliens. Victims may face tax bills for income they didn't earn or depleted benefits. Worse, some may experience the burden of bad credit histories and criminal records inaccurately attributed to them after being issued Social Security numbers that illegal aliens have previously invented and used. The overall impact on American citizens is largely unknown because federal, state, and local governments, as well as financial institutions, have generally failed to notify them even when fraud is suspected. The Trump administration documented the extent of fraud, during which time it notified 1.6 million employers of employees whose Social Security numbers didn't match government records. The Biden administration then took over and has since brought 5 million illegal aliens into the United States. And they stopped the practice of notifying employers of fraudulent use of Social Security numbers. No doubt it was just too embarrassing. This has been going on for years, but it is sure to have grown exponentially during the Biden administration. We don't know because the administration doesn't want us to know. The current process for holding illegal aliens accountable for ID fraud is bureaucratized to the point of absurdity. In one case, for example, an illegal alien trafficking in phony identification documents was placed in removal proceedings in 2005, and then nothing happened until 2013 when the endless appeals process finally concluded. Despite the harm of Social Security fraud and the increasing number of illegal aliens committing it, there is no guarantee that an illegal alien committing it can be declared inadmissible to or removable from the United States. In fact, in at least the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit and the 9th Circuit, and potentially the 4th Circuit and 10th Circuit, certain Social Security fraud offenses do not carry immigration consequences. This bill changes that arduous, counterintuitive, and lengthy process by streamlining the analysis and ensuring that criminal aliens can be held to account and quickly removed from the country for victimizing Americans through Social Security and identification document fraud. In doing so, the consequences for Social Security Fraud Act protects Americans and strengthens the immigration system. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I address the specifics of this bill, I want to address what we heard from the Speaker a few minutes ago. The Speaker said that Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act cannot be used to, quote, shut down the border. Former President Trump agreed with him. He tried to do exactly what Speaker Johnson says in 2018. That action was immediately enjoined and declared unlawful. So you cannot use Section 212F of the INA to shut down the border. But the Speaker knows this. That's why he had the House pass H.R. 2. If 212F were sufficient, why did we need a bill? But the Republicans passed H.R. 2. But the Republicans should know that this is a bicameral institution, and there's also a president. H.R. 2 can go nowhere. The Senate won't even look at it. But we know that conservative Republicans in the Senate and Democrats in the Senate have been negotiating for a very, very strong, very powerful, very conservative immigration bill, which they've come up with. Much too conservative for many Democrats. I'm not sure I'm going to vote for it. Far more conservative than anything we've considered on the floor besides H.R. 2. And yet, the Speaker says he won't hear of it. Why? Because the former president says he wants the issue. He was very clear, as was Mr. Nels. Don't pass anything so that President Trump, former President Trump, can campaign on immigration in the fall. Don't solve the problem. Save the problem as a campaign issue. That's what they're doing. If they weren't doing that, they'd seriously consider the Senate bill. And what's even more pernicious is that they have joined together the close the border issue, which is a valid issue, but they've lumped it together with aid to Israel and aid to Ukraine. I was on the steps of the House with the Speaker and many others, touting our solidarity with Israel. And yet, what are we going to do? Because Trump and the Speaker, doing Trump's bidding, don't want us to pass an immigration bill, which they have tied up with aid to Israel and aid to Ukraine. We're not going to aid Israel. We're going to let Putin take over Ukraine. We're not going to send arms to Taiwan. We're not going to send humanitarian aid. We're going to abandon the Ukraine. We're going to abandon Israel. We're going to abandon Taiwan. We're going to abandon our Pacific allies. Why? Because President Trump wants a campaign issue on immigration. This is shameful. Shameful. And the Speaker knows it to be the case, and I challenge the Speaker. Bring the Senate bill to the floor. Let's see what happens. When the Senate passes a very conservative bill, which they seem on track to do, bring it to the floor of the House, and let's see what happens. I bet you it passes, but let's see what happens. Mr. Speaker, addressing this bill, let's be clear. Social Security fraud is a serious issue. It is also largely already a deportable offense. If H.R. 6678 closed an actual gap in current law, Democrats would gladly support it. Unfortunately, this bill represents another unserious attempt by my Republican colleagues to target and scapegoat immigrants and to score cheap political points while doing nothing to actually fix our immigration system. While I have several concerns with this bill, I'd like to focus on the issue of deportability, because that is the most troubling aspect of this legislation. H.R. 6678 eliminates the requirement that we first charge and convict a person for Social Security fraud before we make them deportable. This is concerning and stands in stark contrast to most other criminal deportability grounds within our immigration laws. Barring a few exceptions, criminal offenses require a conviction to render a non-citizen deportable. This is especially important given who would be most impacted by this legislation. This section of H.R. 6678 is not about deporting undocumented immigrants who are, of course, already deportable, and it is not about preventing people from entering the United States. The deportability provisions in this legislation target lawful permanent residents, people who have put down roots in our communities, many of whom have U.S. citizen spouses and children, and who have truly established themselves here in the United States. A lot of these individuals are eligible to become U.S. citizens today. This bill would make these people deportable without even requiring that they be convicted of a crime. Do we really want to be deporting lawful permanent residents without due process and without their having their day in court? Additionally, if this bill were to become law, it would result in absurd consequences. It would actually be easier to deport someone for offenses related to Social Security fraud than it is to support someone for murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor, because for those crimes, a conviction is required. Is this really what my Republican colleagues are looking to accomplish? For years, Republicans have claimed that they support legal immigration. They're opposed to illegal immigration, as we all are, but they support legal immigration. So they say. By stripping people of their due process and playing political games with this bill, they are showing us that it is all just empty rhetoric. We should be working together in a bipartisan way to modernize our broken immigration system. Instead, we are wasting our time with a bill that has no chance to become law and does nothing to address the real problems facing this country, and that destroys due process for legal permanent residents. Members should oppose this overbroad legislation that would deport people who have never even been charged with a crime. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Democrats today, Mr. Speaker, seem to be more concerned with the due process rights of illegal aliens than with the fact that those illegal aliens may be victimizing hardworking Americans. However, the Democrats' concerns are invalid. For 80 years, the Board of Immigration Appeals has provided additional protections for aliens whose removability or inadmissibility is based on an admission. Under BIA precedent, to be considered an admission, an alien's admission must be explicit, unequivocal, and unqualified. The Department of Homeland Security then bears the burden to show by clear and convincing evidence that the statement meets that requirement for removability purposes. Even then, the immigration judge would have to find that the admission fits within the relevant statutes and that the admission is based on reasonable, substantial, and probative evidence. The statutes cited in this bill have clear elements and shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. It should not be so difficult to remove aliens who commit Social Security fraud or identification document fraud. Democrats' fear-mongering contradicts the law, contravenes the text of the bill, and undermines efforts to ensure that illegal alien fraudsters can be removed from the United States. H.R. 6678 simplifies the process for ensuring foreign nationals who defraud Americans while guests in our country can be removed from the United States. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bentz says that the person to be deported has to be shown to have been guilty by clear and convincing evidence. I always thought the standard of proof for a crime was evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. This just shows again how destructive of due process this bill is. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, the ranking Democrat on the Immigration Subcommittee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6678. Instead of putting forward real solutions to fix the immigration system, my Republican colleagues are once again looking for a way to scapegoat and fearmonger about immigrants. We've had no hearing or testimony in the Judiciary Committee, this Congress, where Social Security fraud amongst immigrants has been identified as a problem that even needs fixing. What we did hear instead was about how immigrants are engines of growth for this country, how they often pay billions into Social Security even though they are not eligible for benefits from the program. We discussed how in 2019 alone, undocumented Mexican workers contributed $14.5 billion to Social Security and Medicare through the taxes taken out of their paychecks. But despite these facts, my Republican colleagues have put forth a bill that is a dangerous solution in search of a problem.
Under current law, Social Security fraud already makes a person deportable, but we require a conviction. This bill sets a dangerous precedent by allowing a person to be deported with absolutely no due process whatsoever. Let me start by going through how this bill is not needed. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, one of the many ways that someone can become deportable is if they are convicted of something called a crime involving moral turpitude, for which a sentence of 1 year or longer may be imposed. The Social Security-related offenses in this bill carry maximum penalties between 1 and 30 years, which clearly meet the 1-year minimum required for deportability. Likewise, the offense of falsely making, forging, counterfeiting, or altering a document that can be used as evidence of authorized stay or employment in the United States is specifically defined as aggravated felony if the crime carries a sentence of 1 year or more. Conviction for an aggravated felony makes a person deportable. None of these facts seem to matter to the authors of this bill and my Republican colleagues. H.R. 6678, however, sets a very different and dangerous precedent by eliminating the requirement that we first charge and convict a person for Social Security fraud before deporting them. This is not consistent with current immigration law, and most importantly, it violates the bedrock principles of fairness, due process, and the rule of law. Now, my Republican colleagues seem to say that they don't care about due process for all people, but we do. By not requiring a conviction, H.R. 6678 would vastly expand the ways in which a green card holder could become deportable, and it would lead to serious unintended consequences. With minor exceptions, the criminal grounds for deportation under the INA require a conviction to make a non-citizen deportable. That's just basic fairness. Can you imagine a world in which simply being ejected from the country that you've lived in for decades without ever being convicted of a crime? Separated from your family without ever being charged. That is not who we are as a country. Due process needs to apply to everyone. We are better than this. I hope my Republican colleagues will realize how absurd and short-sighted this bill is, and will instead get to work with us on finding real solutions to fix our immigration system instead of constantly targeting immigrants for xenophobia, racism, and fear. I urge all members to vote no on H.R. 6678, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady from Washington suggests that we have not, as Republicans, focused on a real solution, and I would draw our attention to H.R. 2. Any one of the solutions that people come up with is going to be dependent upon our having secured the border first, and anyone that suggests otherwise is simply incorrect. The solutions that are contained in that bill, I hope, will make their way this direction from the Senate, but I doubt it. And so looking forward to seeing whatever comes that direction, but H.R. 2 is a good approach to trying to resolve what I'll call as the initial issue that must be addressed. The Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act requires that aliens be convicted of fraud or admit to such fraud. Contrary to the Democrats' talking points, not every ground for inadmissibility and removability in the Immigration and Nationality Act requires conviction. In fact, the language here is identical to the ground of an inadmissibility for crimes involving moral turpitude and controlled substance offenses under INA 212 sub A sub 2. Even for grounds of removability, convictions are not always required. For example, an alien can be removable for overstaying his visa, violating his non-immigrant status, or condition of entry, smuggling aliens, committing marriage fraud, being a drug user or drug addict, falsely claiming U.S. citizenship, or engaging in espionage. By requiring at least an admission, this bill conforms to the pattern of other grounds of inadmissibility and removability. In a world of unsafe streets and far-left prosecutors who may never prosecute these offenses, or will allow aliens to plead down to crimes that may not make them deportable, it makes no sense to strike the provision to require a conviction. If an alien has admitted to such conduct, why can't the alien's own admission be used to show the alien is inadmissible or deportable? Democrats want to take illegal aliens at their word when they cross the border, even though They destroy their passports and IDs, yet Democrats don't want to take aliens at their word when they admit to committing a crime in the United States. This defines common sense. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me say I have a poster here outlining the benefits that undocumented workers bring to the economy with their Social Security card that they will never get benefits from. But you know, I was thinking, why in God's name are we bringing up this legislation? What is it about this? What am I missing? And I finally figured it out. Why are we going after small businesses in the United States? Why are we going after farmers, ranchers in this nation? Why would we be turning over more federal agents, federal investigators on small businesses? Remember, we're not talking about the cash economy, because workers and people that operate in the cash economy don't need a Social Security number. We're talking about here small businesses, employers, and employees that are trying to do the right thing. So under this legislation, we're going to give small businesses a choice. You obey the law, fire those employees that are questionable, and you go out of business. Or you break the law, keep those workers that are questionable, and stay in business. Again, employees, small businesses. One of these employees that's caught with one of these IDs is going to implicate the small business owner. That's called conspiracy, also a major crime. California, fourth largest economy in the world, the #1 ag nation in the country. We export 40% of our food, our ag product. Most of those workers are undocumented. Most of those workers that feed us are undocumented. So let me get this right. We have a shortage of farm workers. We're trying to bring back manufacturing. May I have another?
The gentleman's recognized for
Thank
an
you,
additional
Speaker.
minute.
We have a shortage of farm workers, Mr. Speaker. We have a shortage of manufacturing employees. We're trying to bring back jobs from China. And we're saying to the small businesses, to the farmers, you can't hire these people. If you do, you're a criminal. You're going to jail. Let's take a deep breath, folks. Let's give these workers a green card so they can work in the U.S. They're honest. If they were dishonest, they'd be working for cash, but they're trying to do the right thing. It's not, Mr. Speaker, this is not the right time for this legislation. I ask my colleagues, vote no, protect our small business owners, and protect our farmers throughout the country. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to return to my remark earlier and say, look, if we want to address issues such as E-Verify and challenges that small employers face, the first thing we do is secure the border. And the way we do that is with H.R. 2. And the fact that the Democrats are, for whatever reason, ignoring the solutions to securing the border is beyond me, because in order for us to move into these other areas to protect our farmers, our ranchers, and others, we have to secure the border first. And that is a challenge, I think, to those who want the border to be open. That's incredibly unfortunate because a huge portion of folks, certainly in my district and in the United States, realize that if we don't secure the border, all of this discussion about good and bad is moot. We have to secure the border first, and H.R. 2 does that. Democrats claim this bill is unnecessary because aliens with fraud convictions are already inadmissible or removable. That couldn't be further from the truth. Although aliens who commit some form of fraud may be found inadmissible to or removable from the United States, many cannot be. In fact, in numerous federal courts of appeals, certain Social Security fraud offenses do not carry immigration consequences. Take this Ninth Circuit case, for instance. For 19 years, an illegal alien used another woman's Social Security number to obtain employment, get married twice, and obtain a driver's license, credit cards, and a HUD loan. When the other woman learned of this fraud, she asked the illegal alien to stop using her identity. The illegal alien refused. Yet the Ninth Circuit, doing legal gymnastics, determined that the illegal alien's fraud conviction did not carry certain immigration consequences because it was not a crime involving moral turpitude. Even when courts get it right, it often takes them years to do so. In a Fifth Circuit case from 2021, the alien already had been in removal proceedings for 6 years before the federal appeals court finally found that his conviction did, in fact, make him inadmissible to the United States. That is why H.R. 6678 is imperative to protect our communities from fraud and ensure aliens who engage in fraud can be more quickly removed from the United States. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for the time. I rise today to express my deep frustration with the unfortunate approach that the House majority is pursuing this week with regard to immigration legislation. On a personal note, this past week, I held a series of community forums throughout Indiana's 1st Congressional District, and at each one, the topic of immigration reform and the challenge of securing our southern border was front and center. Constituents throughout the region expressed great concern regarding the national security implications related to the increase in migrants, as well as the great need for increased border security agents, for administrative judges, for technology to monitor our border, and for the resources to address drug and human trafficking. More broadly, there was an appetite to comprehensively solve this problem in a bipartisan manner. Further, at this same time, require not only government and the federal contractor require not only government and federal contractor employers, but all employers to utilize the E-Verify system to ensure no labor is being exploited, as well as honor our commitment to Dreamers. At our community forums, we also discussed the devastating impacts of fentanyl, highlighting how our district is home to an international port of entry that must be secure. In my prior position as a local elected official, I often hosted Narcan training sessions. I recollect one such program during a polar vortex with 60 below degree wind chills. More than 150 individuals attended that training session because drug traffickers flooded our region with fentanyl-laced heroin. My office also assisted with burials for many of those who had lost the struggle with addiction. I looked into the eyes of family members who had lost loved ones, and I carry each one of those memories with me. This is real life. I pull from these experiences every day for my resolve to move forward with real legislative solutions. We are not solving problems by debating bills for political advantage. When there is a pending appropriation supplemental emergency request that would fund an additional 1,300 border security agents amongst other priorities. We are not solving problems by debating bills to try and further divide us when there is a bipartisan policy solution pending in the Senate that regrettably has been declared dead on arrival in the House. This is a national security issue, and I am seeking an immigration solution that is strong, secure, and humane. I implore my colleagues and the majority party to not jeopardize innocent lives and the safety of our communities by waiting to address this pressing issue until after the election. Let us put those solutions up for a vote so the American people can see if we stand for results or if we stand for political theater. Thank you, Ranking Member Nadler, and I thank you for the time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me that the Democrats want to leave the border open and then facilitate the illegal presence of those in the United States. I want to inform the gentleman I am prepared to close. I reserve.
To close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. This legislation does nothing to improve our immigration system while making a mockery of basic due process, and that's why it should be defeated. I urge all members to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Contrary to the Democrats' talking points, this bill is necessary not only to protect Americans from fraud, but also to hold aliens unaccountable for their criminal acts. This bill makes America safer and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-362. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 6678.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-362, offered by Mr. D'Esposito of New York.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 980, the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Mr. McClintock for introducing H.R. 6678, the Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act. The underlying bill would create a ground of inadmissibility and deportation for criminal illegal immigrants who have been convicted of Social Security fraud. I am proud to offer this important amendment that I hope will go one step further in holding individuals accountable for trying to defraud the American government and the American people. My amendment expands the bill to ensure that any illegal migrant who has been convicted of or admits to having committed a crime involving fraud regards to certain COVID-19 loans and grants is also inadmissible and deportable. Some of the programs included are the Paycheck Protection Program loans, Restaurant Revitalization Fund grants, and Shuttered Venue Operators grants. These programs were intended to allow Americans to weather the storm through the pandemic, not for illegal immigrants to use their own personal benefit or nefarious purposes. During the pandemic, we witnessed beloved small businesses along our main streets closed and saw many families struggle. Many of these important programs ran out of money and were unable to help all those who applied. Those who attempted to defraud these programs took taxpayer money away from Americans in need and should be penalized. In November, the House passed a bipartisan bill to prohibit individuals convicted of financial misconduct with respect to these same COVID-19 loans from receiving financial assistance from the Small Business Administration. The SBA Inspector General estimated that more than $200 billion of the roughly $1.2 trillion in pandemic loans were distributed to potentially fraudulent actors. I want to repeat those numbers. More than $200 billion of the roughly $1.2 trillion in pandemic loans were distributed to potentially fraudulent actors. That is nearly 1/5 of all Small Business Administration funds. We must continue to advance legislation that will protect taxpayers' money and penalize those who commit fraud, especially those in our country illegally. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common-sense, pro-American amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. As I've repeatedly said, fraud, regardless of whether it is Social Security fraud or fraud related to COVID loans or grants, is a serious issue. This amendment, however, suffers from the same defect as the underlying bill. As written, it would eliminate the requirement that we first charge and convict a person for a fraud offense before we make them deportable. Let's remember who would be most impacted by the deportability provisions of this amendment. This is not about deporting undocumented immigrants, who are, of course, already removable. And it is not about preventing people from entering the United States. The deportability provisions of this amendment target lawful permanent residents, people who have put down roots in our communities, many of whom have U.S. citizens, spouses, and children. This bill would make these people deportable without even requiring that they be convicted of a crime. Without even requiring they be convicted of a crime. Do we really want to be deporting lawful permanent residents without any due process? Additionally, this amendment, just like the underlying bill, would lead to absurd consequences. It would actually make it easier to deport someone for fraud related to COVID loans or grants than it is to deport someone for murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor, because for those crimes, a conviction is required. Is that really what the author of this amendment is trying to accomplish here? Make it easier to deport people for COVID fraud than for murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor? Is that really what Mr. Esposito wants? This is not sound policy and makes no sense. I hope my Republican colleagues will realize how short-sighted this amendment is. I will oppose this amendment, and I urge all members to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Other gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, thank you. I find it almost comical that we're being lectured by my friend from New York who's just talking about consequences. The consequences that we're facing here in this country are actually twofold. First, we're facing the consequences of the disastrous open borders that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have allowed here in the United States of America. And secondly, closer to home, when we're talking about murderers and rapists, my friend from New York is part of the political party that leads New York City, that has rogue DAs who have decided not to hold those accountable who have committed crimes. We're talking about the state of New York, where the governor, the Assembly, and the state Senate have put cashless bail and criminal justice reform into place that have actually given criminals more rights than law-abiding citizens. So I think today what we're focused on is holding those accountable who are defrauding the United States of America, people who come to this country illegally and have not only conducted Social Security fraud, but also taken money from COVID-19 funding and used it to their advantage, and therefore taking it away from good, hard-working Americans and business owners. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the other gentleman from New York has not put forward any evidence that immigrants, documented or undocumented, were involved in defrauding the COVID relief funds. Moreover, everything he said, basically, was irrelevant to this bill. We're not talking about a southern border crisis. We're not talking about the general policies of the Biden administration or the Trump administration or H.R. 2 or the Senate bill. All of that is beyond the scope of this bill. What we are talking about in this bill is making not, as the gentleman said, illegal immigrants, but lawful permanent residents deportable for fraud on COVID loans or grants without being convicted of a crime. Something you cannot do for lawful permanent residents accused of murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor, because for those things a conviction is required. This bill would set aside due process, would say no conviction is required to deport someone for the crime of COVID fraud, although such a conviction is required for much more serious offenses. And it makes no sense. It is abhorrent to our legal system to make people have heavy penalties, people who have lived in this country for many years, to be deportable without any due process, without conviction of a crime. For that reason, this amendment and this bill should be defeated, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose the gentleman seek recognition?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 980, I call up the bill H.R. 6679, the No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorists Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 293, H.R. 6679, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act with respect to aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, supported, or otherwise facilitated the attacks against Israel.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 980, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rule Committee Print 118-24 is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designee. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part C of the House Report 118-362, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read. Shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 6679.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas initiated its brutal, unprovoked terrorist attack on Israel, the deadliest terrorist attack since the State of Israel was formed. There's no place in the United States for people who commit such acts. H.R. 6679, the No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorist Act, ensures that aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, provided material support to, or otherwise facilitated the attacks on the Israeli people that started on October 7th are inadmissible to and removable from the United States. It also makes such aliens ineligible for any immigration relief. Legislation like this is increasingly important because we have an executive who has implemented policies specifically designed to allow bad actors into the United States and to let them stay here. The Biden administration's policies have thrown every facet of our immigration system into chaos. Since President Biden took office, more than 7 million illegal aliens have been encountered on our southwest border. We are on track to reach 12 million by the end of President Biden's term. More than 3.3 million have been deliberately released into the United States. Another more than 1.7 million known gotaways successfully evaded Border Patrol agents to enter the country. Thanks to the Biden administration's open border policies, the immigration court backlog has ballooned to over 2.5 million cases. In addition, arrests of criminal aliens have dropped exponentially. What does all of this mean? Illegal aliens do not face swift immigration consequences. Open border policies present grave national security risks for our country and the world. The FBI director warned the Judiciary Committee that the open border constitutes a massive security threat. Post-October 7th, Germany, Belgium, and France have already seen lone wolf terrorist attacks inspired by the Hamas attack on Israel. Foreign nationals exploit U.S. immigration laws and policy to do us harm. We learned that lesson on September 11th, 2001. Since October 7th, here in the United States, at least one foreign national has already been arrested for plotting an attack against Houston's Jewish community, a Jordanian national who had overstayed his visa several years ago, but then applied for asylum and was issued a work authorization by the Biden administration. And just this week, we learned that last March, the Biden administration released an al-Shabaab terrorist into the United States. It is not far-fetched to think that October 7th terrorists would try to come here. It is imperative that Congress ensures that such bad actors will find no refuge in the United States. H.R. 6679 does just that. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, 2023, Hamas committed a horrific assault on innocent civilians in Israel, murdering 1,200 people, including 32 Americans, killing the most Jewish people in a single day since the Holocaust. Even now, Hamas continues to hold innocent men, women, and children in captivity. Not a day goes by that I don't think of the hostages. Of Kfir Bibas, who turned one in captivity, and his family, whose lives Hamas has used as a tool of psychological torture. Of U.S. citizens like Hirsch Goldberg Poland, whose arm was blown off at the Nova Music Festival, and Keith Siegel, whose wife was released while he remains in Gaza. Of peace activists like Oded Lifshitz, who spent so much of his life helping Palestinians get access to life-saving health care. And of the young women like Noah Argamani and Agam Berger, who Hamas has used to torment and taunt their parents. Every day since October 7th has been a nightmare from which we have been unable to wake up. There has been far too much suffering. Too many lives have been lost on both sides of the conflict. H.R. 6679 has an important goal, ensuring that no one involved with the planning or commission of the October 7th attacks can enter the United States or receive any immigration benefits. Our current laws already achieve this goal, however. Hamas has been designated as a terrorist organization by the State Department since 1997. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, or the INA, any non-citizen who has engaged in terrorist activity, provided material support to terrorists, or is a member of a terrorist organization or a group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity is inadmissible to the United States. Furthermore, the national security-related bars in the INA are very broad. To bar an individual, the Secretary of Homeland Security merely needs, quote, reasonable grounds to believe, unquote, that the applicant presents a risk to national security or is otherwise seeking to engage in, quote, any unlawful activity in the United States. This authority applies to those who engage in or endorse terrorist activity, as well as those who provide material support to groups that take up arms against government forces. This is an extraordinarily broad provision that has barred even those who were forced to help armed groups. As such, this bill is largely redundant to current law. I certainly support the aim of this legislation. No individual who is involved in these heinous attacks should find refuge in the United States. That is why I intend to support the bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. But I do have some concerns about the drafting of this bill. For decades, when Congress wished to prevent specific bad actors from entering the United States or accessing an immigration benefit, we have used bipartisan visa sanctions legislation. That approach would have the same effect the majority is attempting to achieve with this bill. Today, however, the majority has chosen to directly amend the INA to impose visa sanctions. This is beyond bizarre. Even after the September 11th attacks, we overhauled whole swaths of immigration system, including creating the Department of Homeland Security, but we did not amend the INA to bar the people involved in the planning and commission of those attacks from entry into the United States. We used visa sanctions. During markup, I asked the majority to work with us to improve the legislation and ensure there were no unintended consequences. Unfortunately, they ignored our request. By not working with us, I worry that the majority signals an unseriousness about this issue that ensures that this bill will not become law. Despite these concerns, I will vote yes on the legislation. I urge everyone else to do so, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, no member of Hamas or anyone associated with the horrific attacks of October 7th should be allowed to enter this country. Although that is already the law, I support the goal of making sure this is crystal clear. Though I have concerns about how this legislation is drafted and whether it will achieve its stated goal, I will support this bill with the hope that we can further improve it as it moves through the legislative process. I plan to vote yes. I urge everyone else to vote yes. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my Democrat colleagues joined with us during the Judiciary Committee markup to report H.R. 6679 favorably. I hope many more Democrats join with Republicans today to send the message that if you engage in terrorist attacks against our Israeli friends, you are not welcome here. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 118-362. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-362, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 980, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 6679, the No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorist Act. My amendment simply requires an annual report to Congress from the Secretary of Homeland Security on the number of individuals found to be inadmissible or deportable as a result of the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, the October 7th Hamas terrorist attacks on the State of Israel were a barbaric atrocity that claimed the lives of over 1,000 people. Hundreds of individuals were further taken hostage, and many were severely injured. In addition to condemning this act of brutality and supporting our ally Israel as it fights to eliminate Hamas, it is imperative that the United States imposes the absolute strictest possible immigration barriers to those who participated or otherwise facilitated the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks on Israel. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Mr. McClintock of California, for introducing this vitally important piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, my amendment is a common sense, pro-transparency measure designed to help inform Congress on the number of individuals who are declared inadmissible or deportable as a result of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition, although I do not oppose the amendment.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support the gentleman's amendment, and I think it helps improve the underlying bill. I wish the majority had worked with us on this legislation to make it a visa sanctions bill. If they had, this amendment would not be needed because we would already have the data this amendment requires to be reported. However, given our concerns related to the drafting of this legislation and the potential for unintended consequences, I welcome this amendment so that Congress can unequivocally confirm that the number of people impacted by this bill is minimal. The Congressional Budget Office has already said this bill has no budgetary impact because it essentially restates current law. This amendment will help confirm the accuracy of that analysis, and I therefore support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that Congress receive continuous feedback on how effective the laws that we pass have become. By requiring an annual report to Congress on the number of individuals found to be inadmissible or deportable as a result of this legislation, we will ensure that this body is continuously well informed on how effective this bill is at keeping terrorists out of the country. In closing, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment and yes on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the reasons I stated a few minutes ago, I support this amendment. I urge everyone to vote for it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act with respect to aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, supported, or otherwise facilitated the attacks against Israel.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection. Purpose, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Yes for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 3427, an act to extend the authority to provide employees of the United States Secret Service with overtime pay beyond their other statutory limitations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in on the following order. Amendment number 1 on H.R. 6678, passage of H.R. 6678 if ordered, passage of H.R. 6679, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2754 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment number 1 to H.R. 6678, printed in Part B of House Report 118-362, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report number 118-362, offered by Mr. D'Esposito of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 264. On this vote, the yeas are 267, the nays are 158. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Acts to provide that aliens who have been convicted of, who have been committed Social Security fraud or are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection. What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 272, the nays are 155. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 6679, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 293, H.R. 6679, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act with respect to aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, supported, or otherwise facilitated the attacks against Israel.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 422, the nays are 2, 1 being present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of suspending the rules and passing H.R. 2754, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 2754, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2395 East Del Mar Boulevard in Laredo, Texas, as a Lance Corporal David Lee Espinoza, Lance Corporal Juan Rodrigo Rodriguez, and Sergeant Roberto Arrazola Jr. Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is. Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise, a sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 420, the nays are 0, with 2 being present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Members are instructed to take their conversations outside. This House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7024, the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act, as amended.
The House will come to order. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 288, H.R. 7024, a bill to make improvements to the child tax credit, to provide tax incentives to promote economic growth, to provide special rules for the taxation of certain residents of Taiwan, with income from sources within the United States, to provide tax relief with respect to certain federal disasters, to make improvements to low-income housing tax credit, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, will each control 20 minutes. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Claim time in actual opposition to the bill.
The chair would ask if the gentleman from Massachusetts is opposed.
I'm not opposed to it.
To the bill.
Yeah. No, I'm not opposed to the legislation, no.
You're not claiming time in opposition.
I'm not claiming I'm in opposition, that's the point.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act is pro-growth, pro-jobs, pro-American. The legislation locks in $600 billion in pro-growth tax policies by restoring 3 key provisions from President Trump's successful 2017 tax reform that have a proven record of creating millions of jobs, raising workers' wages, and sparking more investment and economic growth right here at home. This bill restores full R&D expensing, interest deductibility, and 100% expensing. Each of these policies will help American businesses grow, create jobs, and sharpen their competitive advantage against China. This will create over $70 billion in new R&D investment and over 900,000 new jobs, increase small business investment by $400 billion, and generate $58 billion in additional take-home pay for American workers. Today, America's small businesses are being pummeled by high prices and interest rates. This package raises the expensing cap for small businesses beyond the limit set in the 2017 tax reform, and it cuts paperwork for those small businesses by updating the IRS form last changed when Eisenhower was president. Not only are we helping businesses here at home, but this tax relief package also ensures America is standing with our key economic partner, Taiwan, by ending double taxation on American workers and businesses operating in both countries. The child tax credit provisions reflect the same structure established by the 2017 tax reform. We maintain work requirements while enhancing the benefit to support families crushed by today's inflation, and remove the penalty for families with multiple children. It's both pro-worker and pro-family. The reforms include meaningful tax relief for those affected by natural and man-made disasters and encourage more construction of safe, affordable housing. At the end of the day, we are replacing bad tax policy with good tax policy by cutting off funding for the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a COVID-era program that cost 6 times its original amount and is so riddled with fraud that the IRS put it on its dirty dozen list of the worst scams in America. This will save America taxpayers over $75 billion. There's a reason that over 450 groups representing Americans from all walks of life support this legislation. That includes job creators, those supporting workers and families, and those defending the right to life. It's a strong, common sense, bipartisan step forward in providing urgent tax relief for working families and small businesses. Parents in Main Street communities across this country will see lower taxes, more opportunity, and greater financial security. after we pass this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise in opposition to this legislation, and I do so reluctantly because I know of the significant amount of work by my friend from Missouri, by those, frankly, on both sides of the aisle to reach agreement, my friends on Ways and Means, important provisions in this legislation that are critical for job growth, for economic growth, critical for the well-being of our country. Numerous businesses I know in Texas and around this country that understand the importance of the expensing provisions, the interest provisions, research and development. But unfortunately, as happens in this town, this legislation comes with provisions that, frankly, the people I represent are tired of. And it's provisions that would continue to expand the welfare state, as the Wall Street Journal editorialized about, by expanding the child tax credit in ways that will continue to fund people directly through refundable credits, which we find to be problematic. And we think undermines the kind of economic activity and incentive to work and incentive to produce value that we think is critically important for economic growth. But importantly, that provision is also available to parents who are here in this country illegally of children born in the United States. We think that's a problem. We think that is not just allowing essentially birthright citizenship anchor babies, but funding it. That's a problem. Now, my colleagues on this side of the aisle will rejoin that that was a product of the 2017 bill that was pushed by and passed by Republicans, including President Trump, to which I say, right, so what? It's still wrong. It's still bad policy. We shouldn't do it. And we should not be perpetuating it now. All through the 11th hour last night, I worked hard trying to find a way to come up with a provision that might be palatable on both sides of the aisle, this side of the aisle, to find a way to say, let's get that provision pulled off so we can move the pieces that will be good for economic growth and prosperity that I think has bipartisan support and clearly support on this side of the aisle. Unfortunately, we've not done that. And I'm getting a lot of correspondence from people that I represent who are sick of the same old game in this town, who are sick of saying we're just going to keep doing the same thing, and we're going to, in this case, again, continue to expand the welfare state, and in this case, do so in a way in which it entices people to be in the United States illegally, benefit from being here illegally, and do so at a time when we have a heightened level of illegal traffic into the United States, 300,000 people crossing the border in December, millions who have crossed under this president, and we're now in the middle of that crisis going to continue to fuel the fire. I think that is a mistake. I think it is a mistake for the country. I think it is a mistake on policy, and I think it is a mistake politically. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this tax bill. I'm particularly pleased this bill includes language that I introduced to ensure capital-intensive industries can fully deduct the cost of interest from their taxes. This is particularly important right now as Americans continue to deal with recent high inflation and higher interest rates. Alongside provisions ensuring domestic research and development and small business capital expenses are fully deductible, this bill enhances the opportunity to develop new products in America, create jobs making those products here, and then sell those products around the world. I'm also glad this bill includes language ensuring Americans living, working, and investing in companies within our ally Taiwan do not face double taxation. And I especially appreciate the language of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act applying to the child tax credit is continued in this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a strong bill. It deserves strong bipartisan support. I look forward to voting for it. I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that debate on the pending motion be extended by 20 minutes to be controlled by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Is there objection? Yes. Objection is heard.
What do you do? I guess.
gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield such time as he shall consume to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
To the extent that this is a tax bill, there are good provisions in it on business expensing for economic growth. But my friends, this is not a tax bill. This is a welfare bill masquerading as a tax bill. The Wall Street Journal was correct to identify the ways in which this legislation vastly expands the welfare state. And so this is how the bipartisan agreement came together. If the Republicans were willing to give the Democrats what they wanted for illegal aliens to get massive subsidies in welfare, then the Democrats were willing to give the Republicans what they wanted on a bunch of business welfare. The child tax credit, as currently contemplated, will be a massive pull factor to bring people into this country illegally. And we could have, as the majority party, demanded constraints to stop them from being able to use the money that way. But bipartisanship was more important than good policy. And as my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, noted recently, if you aren't paying taxes and you get a refundable tax credit in the form of a check, that's not a tax cut. That's not even tax policy. That's just welfare. That's just giving people money that didn't initially pay it in, and a bunch of them are here illegally. But it is not just a welfare bill in that respect. It's also corporate welfare. These R&D tax credits that they've put in there are so targeted, they're bought and paid for by the lobbyists who fund their campaigns and give them donations, and it is entirely wrong. We should have a flat tax code, and the R&D tax credits that they're putting in are deeply misguided. They continue to distort the economy, and frankly, it's just another flavor of a lot of the Green New Deal tax credits that you act like you're against. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. This is not a tax bill. It is a welfare bill in drag, and that may be appealing to some of the proponents. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal from Massachusetts.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not the bill I would have written, but this is sensible policy. There is no denying the fact, despite what the two previous speakers have said, that 16 million children will benefit immediately from the expansion of the child tax credit. This is not welfare. Addressing childhood poverty in America ought to be a priority for us every single day. Low-income housing tax credit, it's sound policy. Our economy grew 3.1% last year, thanks in some measure to Joe Biden's economic policies. I can't believe that we would stand here tonight and sit here tonight and hear that addressing childhood poverty is welfare. The number of children in America who live outside of the mainstream because of concerns that they did not create tells much of the whole story. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation, not perfection. It's not what I would have written, but this is a decent tax package to go forward.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman is recognized.
This corporate tax windfall bill, thinly disguised as help for children, offers even more tax advantages to corporations that are paying today a mere 7.8% tax rate. A working mother of two earning the average wage pays a federal effective rate of 20%. Even the Wall Street Journal called one provision in this bill a retroactive SOP. Minimal help for children, maximum benefits for those who are failing to pay their fair share. For every $1 that goes to children under this bill, $5 to corporations. Republicans are enabled to lock in $600 billion in extended Trump tax breaks, while millions of children are left in preventable poverty, denied a full tax credit. While bipartisan, this bill is no more equitable than our broken bipartisan tax code, overflowing with loopholes and special advantages for the well-connected. This deal only continues slanting our tax system against working families. Reject the unjustified corporate ransom and lock in genuine relief for children. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for negotiating this good monumental tax bill. I particularly want to highlight the inclusion of two affordable housing provisions in the bill, provisions that stem from my bill, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act, which has garnered the support of 212 co-sponsors in the House, equally divided between Republicans and Democrats. We are facing an affordable housing crisis in this country. LIHTC, strengthening the low-income housing tax credit established by Ronald Reagan, is key in this and will be very successful to bridging the gap to more affordable housing in this country. I urge a yes vote on this very good tax bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would like to yield such time as the gentleman shall consume to my friend from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. Look, there's something in this bill called tax credits, but they're also called refundable. So what is a refundable tax credit? It's welfare by a different name. We are going to give cash payments, checks, to people who don't even pay taxes. The hardworking constituents that I represent in Kentucky are tired of getting up at 6 a.m., driving an hour or two to work, working their hind ends off to watch their neighbors collect these checks, of which there will be more of after this bill. It's just wrong. Now, does anybody find it interesting that the Democratic leadership has not even claimed time in opposition to this bill? Why is that? Why aren't they opposed? Now, there are a few Democrats opposed. Maybe some don't think it goes far enough, or some are opposed to what they call corporate welfare in here. But by and large, the Democrats are not opposed to this because this is an expansion of the welfare state. That is what it is. So here's my concern about that. You know, is it mean to give away money? No, it's not mean. Oh, we could consider it compassionate until you think about the implications. Now, this tax bill, they say it's paid for. What does that mean? What does it mean when it's paid for? There's some gimmicks in here that are not going to reduce the debt. This is actually going to cost. Now, by Washington, D.C. math, it's paid for. But when you look at the debt, when you look at the national debt, it will go up as a result of this bill. Everybody in here knows it. We know these are gimmicks when you call it a pay for. This bill will increase our debt. What's that going to do? It's going to cause inflation to go up. That's going to affect everybody, including the people you're trying to give the money to for having kids. This is bad policy. I'm opposed to it, and I urge a no vote, and I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentle lady from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tax bill we're considering today contains several wins for families and our economy, but one piece falls short. The child tax credit expansion would still leave behind millions of kids and families that need it the most. Democrats offered a solution proven to cut child poverty in half, but unfortunately Republicans rejected that. I'll still continue leading the effort to fully expand the child tax credit, invest in our children, and lift up families. And while today's bill is imperfect, it does include policies I've championed, including the largest expansion of the low-income housing tax credit in several decades, and policies to reduce double taxation on American and Chinese workers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
May I inquire how much time remaining?
And has 12 minutes.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. And sort of elementary school economics, dozen things have been said here absolutely wrong. If you look at the 2017 tax reform, where did we get the greatest economic boost, least amount of cost? It was actually the R&D and the expensing. We actually have models that there make it perfectly clear the expensing actually was the one portion of the tax reform that actually paid for itself. Because in a higher interest rate world, and I believe higher interest rates came from Democrat spending, but that's a different discussion, the fact of the matter is you do research and development, you have to finance it. Making it this is where you get the economic growth that actually knocks down inflation and makes our society more prosperous. Good bill.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my Democratic colleagues that the child tax credit portion of this bill should be stronger. But in a divided government, you don't always get exactly what you want. And this bill is an improvement over the status quo. I'm especially pleased at the inclusion of my legislation providing critical relief to wildfire survivors, which passed the Ways and Means Committee unanimously. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always support good faith efforts to improve our nation's tax code, and I don't oppose reasonable benefits for the American businesses that drive economic growth and strength. But I can't support a bill that provides generous tax breaks to large corporations while offering minimal tax relief for working families. Republicans have refused again and again to enact Democratic tax writers' proposals that would enact a more generous version of the poverty-busting child tax credit. Under President Biden's American Rescue Plan, the child tax credit lifted millions of kids out of poverty and helped their families buy groceries, pay for health care, and cover their rent. As a mother and a legislator, I will never stop fighting on behalf of our country's poorest babies and children and the moms, dads, grandparents, and other caregivers who raise them. Unfortunately, I will have to vote against this tax scheme because I, for one, recognize that working families matter or should matter just as much as businesses. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this piece of legislation. I do not worry one single bit about making sure that American business is more competitive on the global stage, making sure that our businesses are competitive through research and development, and then having the capital to turn those ideas into a product that turns those products into jobs here in America is something that we should be doing. Staying competitive against our adversaries on the global stage is something that we should be doing. This is not about giving business a tax break. This is about investing in America and American jobs. And the complete mischaracterization about the child tax credit is the most intellectually dishonest conversation that I have heard on this floor in a very long time. This is about making sure that people that work and their families have the ability to get ahead. But let me tell you something. We all believe on this side of the aisle that you should work in order to receive federal benefits. That is something that this bill does.
Gentleman's time has expired.
15 seconds, Mr. Chairman, because I think it's important to
recognize that
15 seconds. The gentleman from Florida just characterized this bill, which is the child tax credit piece, which is something that President Trump signed into law, is giving people that are here illegally a check. I hate to see that mischaracterization from my colleague from Florida about President Trump's signature bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
That was my bad. Sorry.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill and especially want to commend my colleague, Ron Estes, for working directly on this R&D tax credit. And what you're hearing today on this floor is what happens when we work and pull together. We're in a race with China, and we better be well aware of what we have to do with R&D because that's the critical to it. I also want to commend Rosa DeLauro, who you'll hear from as well. And I want to thank Dr. Ferguson for what you had to say just about the child tax credit and how important that is. It
has expired.
Children need to be protected.
Does the gentleman reserve? Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield such time as he consumes to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
If my characterization of the child tax credit is intellectually dishonest, I'd love to hear the warrant behind that claim, because none of my colleagues can state how a huge sum of this money is not going to end up in the hands of illegal immigrants. And when it comes to evaluating that context in the era of Trump versus the era of Biden, it is somewhat embarrassing that I would have to remind a Republican colleague that it's the Biden administration that's let in 10 million additional people, which vastly blows out the cost of this particular endeavor. Under Trump, you didn't have an open border, so there was less a concern about drawing more people here illegally through this child tax credit. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of the Tax Relief for American Families Act. This is actually paid for. It will extend the Trump-era tax cuts that brought us record employment, economic growth, and wages that grew at a rate nearly 5% higher than inflation. If we do not make these important reforms to our tax code, my home state of Texas will lose more than 8,000 jobs and nearly $700 million in wages. Importantly, this bill will maintain Trump-era safeguards and work requirements to the child tax credit to ensure that it only goes to American citizens, making it one of the few tax credits to actually have this strong requirement for block claims from illegal immigrants and non-citizens. I stand with North Texas families, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The truth is, illegal immigrants are eligible for the CTC expansion because they can get an individual taxpayer identification number in lieu of a Social Security number. And in fact, in the USA Today, somebody who's a proponent of this actually opined and wrote in the USA Today, quote, how the child tax credit could lift undocumented immigrants out of poverty. That's just the truth. It's what we actually did in 2017. I don't care if my colleagues on this side of the aisle think that's a good idea. I don't care if they're willing to weigh that against what they believe is good for the corporate changes to the law, but don't try to snow the American people. That's what we're doing. And yet colleagues on this side of the aisle will thump their chest about being so great on the border. And yet the border's wide open. There's still 300,000 pouring across in December. Oh, what have we done? Have some votes. But we're still funding it. And here we're not just funding it, we're juicing it. We're actually encouraging it. We're supplementing it. We're saying, come on over here, have children, and get a tax credit. How is that policy that the American people want to support? I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Listening on the floor of the House, there are arguments that are legitimate in terms of the shortcomings of this. It's not perfect, but I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. I don't want to deny 16 million children an opportunity for this federal support in order to make a point. I hope we'll come to the point where we're able to deal with tax policy in a more rational fashion. Under Chairman Neal, I think we will. But in the meantime, it's important to pass this legislation to meet the needs of American families.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield such time as the gentleman shall consume to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I applaud my colleagues on our side of the aisle for working hard to try and return some of the money to hardworking people. I'm always for that. If you're working, you should keep the money that you earn, whether you're corporate or whether you're individual. But here's where I have a problem, this refundable tax credit. See, my folks get up every day, they get up early, it's usually dark, they put their kids on the school bus and they go to work to afford their bills. By the way, which they can barely afford right now. They can't afford their groceries, their gasoline, their credit card bills. They can't afford them because the federal government is flooding the economy with money. And we're getting ready to flood more because, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of what anybody thinks, if you're here illegally with a Social Security number, you're going to get the money. Now, I got a news flash for you. Little kids don't get the check sent to them even though they got a Social Security number. But there are parents who are here illegally due, and it's going to happen by the millions. And my folks, the folks that are working hard to put food on their table, are tired of paying for that. We should reject this. I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman who has led the legislation and research and development, Mr. Ron Estes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking Chairman Smith for his tireless work on this tax package that we're about to pass. American families and small businesses are in desperate need of economic relief. High cost of goods and services and burdensome regulations have strained pocketbooks and the economy, and Americans need a break. The Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act provide the wins we need. This bill includes a provision that I've been advocating for, the immediate R&D expensing. Without this, we've seen the growth rate of R&D spending slow. And since 3/4 of R&D spending is on wages and salaries, R&D amortization is primarily a jobs issue. Countless Kansas small businesses expressed their grave concern about this expired provision. And I'm glad we're taking a positive step towards more immediate R&D expensing. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Do you all remember when our good friend Mitt Romney talked about the 47% of the takers? This bill locks in the principle that we have takers and makers. We have $600 billion of permanent tax cuts to the wealthiest people. And yet some woman who gets up in a rural area and marches off to the grocery store and works 30 hours a week won't see a dime of this tax credit because she's too poor, because she's a taker. She's not a maker. And, you know, I think it's all right. This is a compromise bill. It's better than current law, where that same minimum wage worker would have to work 70 hours a week in order to get this tax credit. Now only has to work 40 hours a week, plus do a little Uber on the side to get the tax credit. So I think we need to compromise, but we don't need to capitulate. And I represent the 47% of those. We're going to expand this tax credit for poor children, but the poorest will be even poorer.
Does the gentleman from Texas reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act worked. It grew the economy, it increased revenue, and it helped every American family to achieve a better life. It also, for those in opposition to this bill, for the first time, required a Social Security number for a child, in order for a family to receive the child tax credit. Many who are in opposition to this bill today voted for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Are you telling me you regret that vote? This continues the provision to require children to have a Social Security number for the family to benefit from the child tax credit.
Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman has 6 minutes.
I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen from Texas. Appreciate your time. Here we are again, where the minority party isn't even using their time to oppose the bill put forward by the majority. Just 2 weeks ago, the last major piece of legislation that we passed by suspension of the rules, the Democrat minority party voted for it 207-2. It'll be interesting tonight to see how many Democrats vote for this and how many Republicans vote for it. I'm against this because of the suspension of the rules, the process that we're using. I'm against it because of the expansion of the welfare state. I'm against it because we're not correcting the fact that illegals can have access to the child tax credit. I've never done this on the House floor before, but I'm going to read what someone else wrote about this bill. And this is from Kevin Roberts with Heritage Foundation. I want to commend them for what they said. Quote, although the bill claims that its aim is to provide tax relief to families with children, it contains very little relief for working families. Instead, nearly 91% of the family benefits in this bill are cash welfare payments to families who pay no federal income taxes. The bill provides $306 billion in new welfare cash payments. Of these new cash welfare payments, if they were extended over 10 years, which is very likely, the total cost would be $140 billion. The Ways and Means bill moves toward fulfilling President Biden's aims. The bill embraces the premise and goals of the Biden's plan to greatly increase cash welfare payments, predominantly for single parents, while weakening the already porous work requirements. This bill obviously sets the ground for a future compromise that would fully enact the Biden Child Allowance Program. Overall, this portion of the Ways and Means bill represents an enormous political victory for President Biden. Under current law, illegal aliens who have children that were born in the U.S., and many do, can claim welfare payments from the additional child tax credit. The Ways and Means bill expands these welfare payments for millions of people who are in the U.S. illegally and for millions more entering in the future. The bill weakens welfare work requirements and continues a longstanding push by Congress to dress up welfare benefits as tax relief. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
You know, I've been told that a half a loaf is better than none, but this isn't even a half a loaf. But I'm going to vote for it because our families and businesses need help. And while it does help, it does not create a 50% reduction in child poverty as we did in 2021. It's more like a deal than a bill, but I'm going to vote for it. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of President Trump's tax reform, our economy was strong, wages were up, unemployment was at all-time lows. We have a critical tax cliff fast approaching at the end of 2025, just 20 months from now, with the majority of President Trump's pro-growth policies expiring. Extending these expired provisions is not just an economic issue. One could argue this is a national security issue. Mr. Speaker, we can't expect to compete with China when it's more expensive to invest and innovate and grow here in the United States. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, which extends President Trump's pro-growth policy agenda and increases U.S. competitiveness and resilience against China's economic influence. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I cannot vote for a deal that so lopsidedly benefits big corporations while failing to ensure a substantial tax cut to middle and working class families. The deal is inequitable at a time when we have seen the greatest rise in inequality. Big corporations made super profits at the expense of the consumer. It's a mockery of who representative government works for. Massive tax cuts for the biggest corporations, denying middle class families the economic security they had under the expanded monthly child tax credit. Let us be unequivocal. This is a reversal of the largest middle-class tax cut in history. This bill provides billions of dollars in tax relief for the wealthy, pennies for the poor. The biggest corporations, who have paid no federal income tax, are the beneficiaries of this deal. Big corporations are richer than ever. There is no even split. Families today live paycheck to paycheck, not seeing their wages keep up with rising costs. The economy is not working for them. The bill fails to improve the child tax credit, leaves millions of middle-class families without the tax cut they received in 2021, keeps millions of children in preventable poverty while giving biggest tax breaks to the biggest corporations. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 30 seconds to the gentle lady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend Chairman Smith for his diligent work. It's a huge win for working families, small businesses, and employers throughout our country. This has set the tone for the Ways and Means agenda, where we are able to make the best package possible. The child tax credit expansion will help working families while protecting the important guardrails that we fought so hard to ensure that the program is going to help Americans in need. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats today will make good on a promise to deliver tax relief for American families. This bill expands the child tax credit for 16 million children, including 280,000 children in Alabama. The tax credit is one of the most effective anti-poverty programs in the country and will again provide much-needed assistance to families throughout Alabama. This bill will also provide much-needed disaster tax relief to the families of the Black Belt, Dallas County, Hale County, Greene County, and Sumter County that fight to rebuild in the wake of last tornado. I ask my colleagues to support this measure.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, the author of the disaster tax language.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September 2022, my district in Southwest Florida was devastated by Hurricane Ian. Totaling over $112 billion in damages, Ian was the third costliest hurricane in American history and the most expensive ever to hit Florida. Over a year later, my constituents are still working towards rebuilding their lives. I introduced the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act, which is included in this bill, to deliver relief for American families in 45 states who are victims of federally declared disasters. This includes victims of wildfires, chemical spills, hurricanes that have affected millions of Americans over the past several years. We should pass this important tax relief for victims of natural disasters. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not perfect, but no bill ever is. But this act is win, win, win. 400,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. 200,000 new affordable homes will be built. And research and development, the absolute essential investment for economic prosperity, will be incentivized again. Politics is the art of the possible. In a divided Congress, this is the best we can accomplish. I urge a vote yes.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I want to just quote from the Wall Street Journal editorial last week about this bill. When it says up to $1,600 of the $2,000 credit is refundable, and the bipartisan bill would make $2,000 refundable by 2025. Now, in fairness, a $1,400 limit was tethered to inflation under the 2017 tax law, so it's increasing anyway. But the general point here, as it says, is at least admit this is income redistribution. It's not tax relief, it's income redistribution. The deal undermines the incentive to work in return for the credit. And the current credit has a small amount of income that's required, $2,500, to begin to claim it. That means it gives low-income Americans an incentive to work more to earn more, which is good for them and their children. But this would allow parents to rely on the prior year's income to trigger the credit for 24 and 25, work 1 year, earn benefits for 2. The practical effect is to cut the work requirement in half, according to a report by the American Enterprise Institute. The fact is, the editorial closes, the business lobby wants the tax breaks. And by the way, this is the Wall Street Journal editorial. The business lobby wants the tax breaks, and some Democrats in Congress want them as well. But these policies ought to stand or fall on their merits, not on a political trade that will do more harm than good. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation strengthens our workforce. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this report from experts at the Joint Committee on Taxation confirming that the child tax credit changes will have a net positive effect on jobs and workforce participation.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Relief for American Workers Act of 2024. Look, not a lot of legislation actually affects every single American. Today, we get a chance to actually pass a piece that does. We hear folks back home hear a lot of the drama that we do, and they hear what gets put on the headlines. But never have I seen neighbors of mine, Little League coaches that I coach with, say, look, this is killer for my small business. Losing the R&D tax credit has destroyed my ability to grow my small business. This affects every single American and will be one of the most productive, positive, pro-growth tax policies that this Congress and Congresses to come will do. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized
Mr. Evans.
for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss an unappreciated part of this bill, improvement to the low-income housing tax credit. This is urgently needed. Millions of American families struggle to pay their rent or buy a house. We must do more. This bill is one step towards eliminating housing insecurity in America. I urge my colleagues to support it. We must make sure that no child goes without a roof over their head in this country. I will continue to work for the rally. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Agriculture is the economic engine of my district, and our tax policies must help our farmers grow, invest, and compete with China. This legislation does exactly that. Our farmers will benefit from two key provisions in this bill: 100% bonus depreciation and the expansion of Section 179 deduction limit. Our producers rely on these tools to buy farm equipment and invest in their operations. This legislation is a victory for our farmers and rural communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman in Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in support of this truly meaningful, bipartisan legislation that will benefit millions of needy children. This bipartisan bill is the most significant, if not the only significant legislation passed so far this Congress. Helping lift kids out of poverty, lowering the tax burden for working families, supporting innovative businesses, and expanding the supply of affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, despite the exotic arguments of those opposed to this bill tonight they're trying to make, these are things we should all be proud of. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Chairman Smith for his hard work on this and the entire committee. Trump's tax cuts created jobs. They lifted wages. They had led to 50-year lowest unemployment, lifted millions from poverty. And today we're building on that success with pro-jobs, pro-growth, pro-family policies by extending these priorities and increasing the child tax credit as well. But we're also helping build affordable housing by expanding Reagan's initiatives. And we're enabling Taiwanese investment in semiconductor manufacturing here in the United States to further create jobs, enhance our supply chain, and reduce dependency on China. We still have so much work to do, and over the next 2 years, you'll see more tax policies coming out of this House. And I hope that we'll be able to increase the standard deduction, that we'll be able to provide some relief to state and local taxes in the form of SALT, and exempt our exempt more Social Security income from taxation to help our seniors who have not seen that change in 4 decades. So thank you, everyone on this committee who worked so hard in a bipartisan manner to get this done. I look forward to seeing it pass in both houses.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
This is a good bill. Tax credits for child care, immediate expensing for small businesses R&D, tax-free settlements for natural disasters, and yes, more affordable housing. This is a good bill, not just for my district, but for our country. And yes, for our country's faith in Congress's ability to actually affect the lives and livelihoods of all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter signed by a dozen pro-life organizations, including Concerned Women for America, Susan B. Anthony, and the Eagle Forum, in support of this legislation and its important pro-family and pro-work provisions. Thank you. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans across the nation will benefit from this pro-growth, pro-America bipartisan tax bill. The research and development provision will boost innovation here at home, making our nation much more competitive against China. Enhanced small business expensing will allow our community businesses to thrive and prosper. And finally, more than 500,000 children in my home state of Pennsylvania will benefit from the expanded child tax credit. Mr. Chairman, I want to commend Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal for working together to advance policies for all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tinney.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a small business owner for a long time in upstate New York, I join my colleagues today in supporting H.R. 7024, the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act. This comprehensive package was shaped by critical feedback that we received from everyday Americans across this nation through field hearings conducted by the Ways and Means Committee. H.R. 7024 will have a meaningful impact on my constituents in upstate New York, way up in New York's 24th District, from hardworking families to manufacturers to multi-generational family farms, and the largest agricultural district in the Northeast. This package will have wide-ranging benefits for so many Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member, Mr. Neal, for 30 seconds.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the arguments here. This is what's possible. And despite what some have said here, this does expand the child tax credit. It's clear. No legislation that comes to this floor is perfect. We tried very hard, and we succeeded on the Democratic side in improving this legislation. So what's in front of us tonight is pretty simple. 16 million children will benefit from the improvement to the child tax credit. That's a fact.
Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I inquire to the time remaining.
The gentleman has 1 3/4 minutes.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. And
the gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, and I want to reiterate my appreciation of all those who worked on this bill in the Ways and Means Committee, my friend Mr. Smith from Missouri. There's a lot of good provisions in this bill, many of which I support. There's provisions in there, the expensing provisions, interest, R&D. These are good provisions to help economic growth. But I have serious reservations. And the fact of the matter is, for all those watching at home, to my constituents, this bill does not fix the problem that allows illegal aliens who have children that were born in the United States to claim the tax credit. So that takes the problem we have with so-called birthright citizenship and anchor babies and doubles down on it, makes it worse. That was a mistake in 2017. We should rectify that mistake. But then worse, it goes on and expands the credit. 91.5% of the relief in this bill are cash welfare payments to families that pay no federal income taxes. It provides a total of just $2.8 billion to working families that pay taxes over 3 years. The fact is, the credit does expand, and it gets to be refundable to the full tune of $2,000 by 2025. These provisions undermine the benefits that we're trying to provide for economic growth, which I might add are only a 2-year extension. It puts all of this in one big basket in 2025, taking away any leverage we're going to have by giving the other side what they want on the child tax credit. The fact of the matter is, we should not be supporting this bill. We should be doing what we said we would do when we got into power. We should secure the border of the United States. We should cut spending, and we should honor what we campaign on in this body. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to confirm for my colleagues that this bill preserves existing safeguards of the child tax credit and does not open the door for illegal immigrants to claim the credit. No other tax credit or deduction can match the child tax credit's protections from improper claims combined with safeguards against payments to non-U.S. citizens. Mr. Speaker, this is a win for millions of small businesses, a win for millions of working families. This is a win for America. I urge the body to support this great piece of legislation.
The bill's back. Time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7024 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7024 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 288, H.R. 7024, a bill to make improvements to the child tax credit, to provide tax incentives, to promote economic growth, to provide special rules for taxation of certain residents of Taiwan with income from sources within the United States, to provide tax relief with respect to certain federal disasters, to make improvements to the low-income housing tax credit, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 357, the nays are 70. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 3728, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 3728, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 25 Dorchester Avenue, Room 1, in Boston, Massachusetts, as the Caroline Chang Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 599 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 599, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3500 West 6th Street, Suite 103 in Los Angeles, California, as the Dosen On Chang Ho Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Susan, ready? Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1060, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1060, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1663 East Date Place in San Bernardino, California, as the Dr. Margaret B. Hill Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does a lady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
Let's get a little order. House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank
The
you, Mr.
House will be in
Speaker.
order. Hello. Please take it outside. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the wonderful life of Bejat McElroy. Bejat spent her first 22 years in Iran, one of 5 children. She learned 4 languages, completed her education, and became a teacher. At 22, she married Masoud Moyedi, and they had their beloved son, Merdad. Bejat spent many years as a diplomat, and it was in this role where she met her future husband, Jim McElroy, a dedicated U.S. Air Force helicopter pilot who served 2 terms in Vietnam. In 1978, Bejat made the courageous decision to leave the Iranian Foreign Ministry and move to the United States. She became an American citizen, raised her son, Merdad, and founded several highly successful and thriving businesses. She was a woman ahead of her time and was a fiercely proud and independent person. Bejat loved her family immensely, especially her pride and joy, her 2 granddaughters, Lily and Sarah. The most important job any of us can ever have is that of a parent, and Bejat succeeded in this capacity wildly. I know her son, Merdad, and he's a fantastic reflection of his mother. He's a faithful friend, a loving and devoted father, and a great American. Bejat's passing is a deep loss for all of us, and she will be sorely missed. On behalf of a grateful nation, rest in peace, Bejat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. House Republicans failed to discuss the facts about the border security. Since May, the administration has removed or returned or expelled more than 500,000 individuals who entered the country illegally nationwide. This is the highest total of expulsions in the last decade. It has arrested 14,000 smugglers. It has seized more than 43,000 pounds of fentanyl. It has confiscated thousands of pounds of cocaine, heroin, and meth. It could do so much more with the proper support and resources from Congress. But Republicans don't want to give that support. They want to discuss, they don't want to discuss effective border policy. Under the previous Republican administration, Border Patrol was an absolute joke. Instead of righting the wrong, Republicans want to blame others for their mistakes.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It is failed leadership, and I know what the voters are watching.
Gentleman's time has expired.
They are at the behest of the twice impeached
Gentleman's time has expired.
Former President of the United States, who has asked them to keep this subject.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Keep this subject
gentleman's
alive.
Time has expired.
So he can win.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to
address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, best known as WIC. I hail from a state where this food program is a lifeline, a state that lags behind the nation in low birth weight babies and high infant deaths. This week, the program marked 50 years, providing women and children with necessary and nutritious resources. Ohio's 9th District, my home, is one of the first WIC programs in our state beginning in 1974. Our children need it. Lucas County's program now serves more than 10,000 residents across 18 sites with funds of over $750,000. The program has helped reduce premature deaths, reduce fetal and infant deaths, and increase access to prenatal care. WIC provides mothers and children with access to wholesome foods, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. Agricultural services and nutrition programs like WIC and SNAP are vital to keep up with the current food security needs of our communities and to raise a healthier next generation. I applaud its 50th anniversary of WIC as a national milestone to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during my tenure here in the United States Congress, sadly I've had the opportunity or the responsibility in expressing sympathy to fallen soldiers. I served in this body during the Iraq War, during the Afghan War, and as well Bosnian, Albanian, and many other times when our soldiers wearing the uniform could fall in battle. Today I rise to honor Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Breonna Moffett, and Specialist Kennedy Sanders, who have given their last full measure of devotion. It saddens me when we lose our brave, those who are willing to put on the uniform unselfishly. We deeply give our sympathy to their families, and we demand that honor be placed upon them, and as well to acknowledge that they stood for us and their nation, and we now stand for them in their passing, their family, and certainly all of those who love them in their community. I join in a minute of silence, again, for this great body of men and women who lost their lives in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous...
Without objection.
Thank you.
It is
Thank
done.
you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of New York, Representative Mayorkas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to highlight to my colleagues what exactly is happening in New York City as a result of Joe Biden's manufactured open borders policy and the crisis that is created in terms of a migrant crisis in New York City. This morning, a lot of New Yorkers woke up to the news that 2 of our NYPD officers were attacked by a mob of migrants. It's outrageous to think that individuals who came to this country and claimed to be innocent asylum seekers would attack our police officers. That disrespect is unbelievable. But sadly, it is not the only time we've seen crimes like this taking place. Now let's remember, the individuals that are coming through the southern border are paying thousands of dollars to the drug cartels to be smuggled here. My mayor is further incentivizing this by offering housing, food, health care, education, legal services, laundry services, you name it. The taxpayers are paying to house those individuals who attack those police officers. But that's not all we're seeing happen. Let me show you a few headlines from recently. All in New York. An illegal immigrant bites off police sergeant's finger after a DUI, driving while intoxicated, bust. 4 migrants arrested for stealing more than $12,000 in goods from Long Island's Macy's. New York City migrant pickpocketing teams are the newest headache for the NYPD. Asylum seeker accused of killing another at Randall's Island migrant shelter. A migrant woman arrested after slapping an NYPD cop. Migrant stabbed by girlfriend in a possible love triangle. And migrants are behind the boom in New York City's red light district. Eric Adams, Democratic mayor, says. Democratic mayor is also saying that this is destroying New York City. We're seeing New York City struggle to pay for this crisis that Joe Biden, again, once created with his executive orders, 60 policy changes he made from the Trump administration that made our border wide open. And Chuck Schumer and the Senate refused to do anything. They refused to pass our bill, H.R. 2, which would end this crisis today. I called ICE this morning and I said, I want these individuals deported. The ones that are committing crimes like attacking our police officers. Can we at least agree as Democrats, Independents, and Republicans that we should not tolerate that? But what also really concerns me is that we've caught hundreds of people on the terror watch list at our border. The fact that me, as a New Yorker from a post 9/11 world, that we have to question that there are 1.8 million people that have totally evaded law enforcement. In fact, Customs and Border Patrol union leader today told us it's probably more like 4 million. That's on top of the 8 million or so that have come, paid the cartels to come in here and claimed asylum. We're not even talking about those people who turned themselves in. We're talking about the 4 million gotaways. We don't know who they are, where they are, what their intentions are, and that should concern every single person in this body, particularly the President of the United States. TSA is allowing individuals to board planes without identification, like the American citizens have to provide when they board planes. They can use a detainer, they could use a warrant for their arrest, all sorts of other documents that are probably produced, by the way, from fake identification that they use to come over the border. That is directly against the 9/11 Commission recommendations. And the last thing I just want to talk about is that New York City is complicit because they are not complying with detainer requests. ICE is trying to do some of its job when these people commit crimes. NYPD arrests them, they release them back onto the street. Why? Because they're forced to by the democratic policies put in place by my city and my state. That's unfortunate. So now, when these 2 individuals attacked the police officers, they were arrested, but they were released back onto the street. They weren't detained to be sent to deportation. In fact, now ICE has to try to go out and find them with no cooperation from local law enforcement because Democrats in New York have tied their hands. That is unconscionable, it is unsafe, and we have to make sure that the Democrats here, the Democrats over in the Senate, and the president stop playing with fire because it's a dangerous situation. As you know, our ally in Israel is being attacked by terrorists. Iran is making threats against us that they're going to commit attacks against us on our own soil. We have them attacking American soldiers at 160 different posts in the Middle East. We saw 3 soldiers killed by Iran proxies the other day. And we're going to keep this border open like this? It's unconscionable to me, and I expect action from the Senate. And 1.8 million people, allowing them to continue to pay the cartels to come in, that's not border security. So we expect them to either pass our bill, Border Security Act or pass something that's reasonable so we can have a real discussion and debate and seal this border and make our country secure once and for all. I yield back.
Thank you. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. I appreciate you yielding the time tonight. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's policies at the southern border are working. If the goal has been to let more than 8 million illegal immigrants enter the country, more than the entire population of my home state of Tennessee into the country. If that's the goal, then indeed his policies are working. For example, look no further than on the campaign trail in 2019 when then-candidate Biden said to a crowd of Iowa voters, quote, "We could afford to take in a heartbeat another 2 million people," close quote. While campaigning from his basement for the job of commander-in-chief, he never hid the fact that he would use his executive authority to, quote, "increase the total number of immigrants able to come to the United States," close quote. He was clear as could be. It was a promise made, a promise kept, a promise multiplied 4 times over. That quote, which could be found online in seconds, gives much needed context as to why he issued 94 executive actions on immigration in his first 100 days in office, fought to end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy and Title 42, and why the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has released millions of illegal immigrants into our country in open disregard for the law. These actions, coupled with dozens more, continue to send a message to Latin America and around the world, including to suspected terrorists, that our borders are open. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has willfully misused parole authority to flood communities with illegal immigrants despite a conclusion from the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that the department could not simply parole every illegal alien they're unable to detain. Without any approval from Congress, Secretary Mayorkas has also created and expanded several parole programs. Again, this isn't a policy failure. This is their policy. And despite the department recently admitting that 40% of catch and release migrants had disappeared, the open border policies of this administration continue. Americans should know that President Biden already has all of the power and authority he needs to end this crisis immediately. Just compare his numbers to President Trump's. In December 2023 alone, DHS reported 302,000 illegal immigrant encounters at the southern border, which is a 300% increase from December 2020. This marks 34 straight months where illegal immigrant encounters were higher under President Biden's administration than they ever were in a single month under President Trump. And in the last fiscal year, DHS encountered 169 people on the terrorist watch list. That set a record, as it was more than fiscal years 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 combined, the majority of President Trump's presidency. The Immigration and Nationality Act, coupled with recent Supreme Court precedent, gives President Biden ample authority to suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. The sad reality is the president isn't asleep at the wheel when it comes to securing the border. He's alert with both hands on the wheel, driving it into the ditch. This is the America he told us he would champion. Despite his desire to usurp Congress, however, House Republicans will continue to hold his administration accountable for its unwillingness to enforce our laws. That's why House Republicans continue to push for H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, which would force President Biden to end the catch and release policy, pay more for Border Patrol agents, and restart border wall construction. Unfortunately, even with thousands of pounds of fentanyl pouring through and thousands of young people dead, I don't believe we will see a change of heart needed by this president to secure the border. In fact, it's become apparent that we likely won't see any impactful changes at our southern border until a new president takes office. Until then, I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for President Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of California, Representative LaMalfa.
Thank my colleague from New Jersey for leading us here tonight and the opportunity to speak on several good topics here. So, well, tonight, indeed, we passed a very important tax-related legislation that will be instructive in so many aspects of our society with investment, job opportunities. Indeed, I think the tax bill we just passed probably was responsible for over 600,000 new jobs in the research and development, tax credits, as well as for small businesses that are going to have the accelerated depreciation that is important to them for, again, small business, farms, for investing in equipment. But one of the things I wanted to dwell on here a little bit was that the importance of the disaster relief aspect that's in this bill that also my colleague, Mr. Stubbe from Florida, was working very strongly on, and my colleague from the wine country in Northern California, Mr. Mike Thompson, helped us with, is that we've had a situation where fire survivors, fire victims of so much destructive wildfire in Northern California and other parts of the West, in this situation here, their taxation on the settlement money they had with the utility was deemed by IRS to be a taxable event. And so even though they're victims of fire, they've lost their homes and much destruction of their property, the dollars that were coming for restitution from a lawsuit were deemed taxable by the IRS. And so this put out people to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars of taxes that they really can't afford because they still have to put their homes back in order and build new homes and all this. So it really wasn't intended as a taxable event in that sense. So this package included important pieces of that, our original bill that got added as part of the tax package that will make it where folks that have already unfortunately had to pay this tax because of the timing of things will be able to seek a refund. We'll work with the IRS to make sure those refunds are expedited as best as possible, but prevent future taxation on that and other disasters that have an award involved like that, East Palestine and issues in Florida. So it's indeed a big success on that, as well as the other aspects of this tax legislation tonight that were going to be helpful for boosting our economy, boosting small business and large business with investment and bringing over 600,000 jobs back to their country in a time that we really, really need that investment. We need that boost. So I'm indeed very glad that we were able to accomplish that here tonight and look forward to the Senate taking it up and the President signing that legislation expeditiously. What's important about this nuance is that it be done before the upcoming tax season, April 15th. Some have to file March 1st, depending, and that they don't get caught in that again, having to pay a tax prospectively for something they really aren't going to owe. So we need to get the language in place, the rules in place on that after the successful passage in the Senate and by the President's signature. So indeed, it was a great bipartisan effort, one maybe you don't always see that often around here. We need to see more of, and working both sides on that and having that big success. So for the folks that were the survivors of the Camp Fire, the Zog Fire, the Carr Fire in Northern California, and others that are going to be affected, your patience has been rewarded. I thank you for your patience and for working with our office and giving us the chance to get it over the goal line. And, I would have liked to see it happen much faster as well, but, things have been a little tough around here. And indeed, now we were able to have success with this tonight. So a couple more steps, but I really strongly believe we're going to get there. And so this is going to be great for those not only disaster victims, but all Americans, and the boost it's going to be for our economy with the broad tax package. So very pleased to see it happen. With that, I'll yield back to my colleague, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 22 seniors in New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. Last fall, my team and I called on the residents that I represent to nominate a senior that had distinguished themselves through the contributions that they have made to our communities. I was seeking hard-working, passionate individuals who have been living a life of public service, whether it be through their personal, professional, philanthropic, or volunteer efforts. In December of 2023, I hosted my first annual Seniors of Distinction program to recognize the outstanding citizenship in New Jersey's 7th District. I was honored to receive over 100 nominations from their friends, family, and neighbors, and had a difficult time narrowing it down to 22 senior citizens who represent all 6 counties in my district. Seniors who were selected were chosen for their long history of giving back to their community and for continuing to lend their expertise, their experience, and their many talents to helping and supporting others. Every honoree had a long list of achievements, but more importantly, a long list of charitable, spiritual, and philanthropic activities which they will devote their time and energy to every day. Mr. Speaker, I would like to list these honorees. Barbara Agins of Somerville, Raymond Shimoleski of Califon, Charles Finneran of Hackettstown, Dr. Thomas Forager of Berkeley Heights, Jeffrey H. Katz of Springfield, Linda Kale of New Providence, Dr. Ken Kutcher of Raritan Township, Shirley Lakotos of Berkeley Heights, James McCabe of Westfield, Robert and Dace McLaughlin of Basking Ridge, Howard Meyer of New Providence, Leon Moreau of Landing, Mayor Al Morgan of New Providence, Mitchell Morrison of Sparta, Barbara Perkins of Warren, Dr. Nancy Polo of Scotch Plains, Herb Waddell of Berkeley Heights, Ronald Whalen of Basking Ridge, Dr. Rudolph Willis of Warren, Rita Jordan of Branchburg, Larry Orleans of Hopatcon, and Reva Smickel of Belvedere. Thank you. With that, I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of New York, Representative Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding the time. This month, the United States national debt hit a record $34 trillion. In fiscal year 2023 alone, the United States owed $659 billion in interest on this debt, and you could expect that number to be much higher this year. These numbers should alarm every American and make it clear that Bidenomics is not working. But the American people, they already know this. The White House repeatedly has lied, publicly praising themselves for a healthy economy and taking credit for a meager post-pandemic numbers. The American people aren't buying this false narrative. Hardworking Americans are still struggling to pay their bills and balance their family budgets while the president and the Democrats in Washington continue the reckless spending. According to a recent Axios poll, 72% of Americans say that their grocery purchases are the top way that they feel inflation in their lives, closely followed by gas prices at 56%. They also found that 2/3 of Americans are worried that food prices will continue to climb. I want to remind President Biden and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that when you pass bloated spending packages that include Green New Deal funding, or money to build a new park named for Nancy Pelosi, or funding for gender programs in Pakistan, this isn't monopoly money that you're playing with. You're spending the hard-earned tax dollars of people who wake up every day, who go to work so that they can provide for their families. Our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren will still be paying for this debt long after all of us are gone from this legislative body. This kind of spending must end. We must reverse course now to secure our nation's financial future. And that's why House Republicans have been focused on cutting federal spending. That's why we work to avoid a $1 trillion Christmas omnibus. And that's why we're going to keep fighting to put this country back on the right track. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Maryland, Representative Harris, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I thank you for yielding me the time, Mr. Speaker. The leadership at the Department of Homeland Security under the Biden administration is a complete and dangerous failure at our southern border. Last month, I joined nearly 60 of my House Republican colleagues to witness firsthand the Biden administration's catastrophe at Eagle Pass, Texas, in the Del Rio sector of our southern border. After being briefed by Border Patrol at the southern border, it became clear to me that this administration has allowed dangerous terrorists, drug traffickers, child sex traffickers, and other human traffickers to enter this country easily as a result of this administration's wide-open southern border policies. In fact, since Joe Biden took office, 361 individuals whose names appear on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended attempting to cross our southern border illegally. Who in the world knows how many from that terrorist watch list were among the millions of gotaways, people who weren't apprehended at the southern border? In addition to these terrorists coming through our borders, more than 54,000 pounds of fentanyl have been intercepted at American borders. Now, I know fentanyl well. I'm an anesthesiologist by trade. We use it in the operating room all the time. 54,000 pounds of fentanyl is enough to kill the entire human population of the planet. That's the amount that was intercepted at the southern border. Only God knows how much was not intercepted at the southern border, because our Border Patrol agents, instead of patrolling the border, are processing illegal immigrants into our interior through the asylum process. As we stood at the banks of the Rio Grande watching this catastrophe unfold at our southern border, the President of the United States, that very same day that we were down there, chose to help the flow of illegal immigration by actually sending his lawyers into federal court to remove the razor wire that the Texas Department of Public Safety had put up to protect their communities from the invasion, the protection that Joe Biden was not providing to the state of Texas or to the rest of America. Now, while speaking to the press yesterday, Joe Biden, with a straight face, declared, quote, "I've done all I can do. Just give me the power. Give me the Border Patrol. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right." Wow is all I have to say. The American people know that he refuses to admit that during his first 100 days in office, he took 94 executive actions on immigration, most notably including the halting of the construction of the border wall. Now, I'll note, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of interesting. He's got a wall around his house, but he won't put a wall around our country to protect us from invasion. In August 2022, President Biden and his administration decided to make the border crisis worse by formally ending President Trump's successful Remain in Mexico program. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the President could at any time reinstate the program under the same statutes and laws that were in place during President Trump. President Biden could reinstate Remain in Mexico tonight. I'd suggest if the President is listening, Mr. President, you asked yesterday what you can do. Pick up a pen, reinstate Remain in Mexico. If that wasn't bad enough, the Biden administration announced on May 10, 2023, that it would allow for the release of migrants into the U.S. with no way to track them. Millions of people entering the United States, given identification papers, even if we really have no idea who they are, and we're not tracking them at all. That's mind-boggling to most Americans. Make no mistake, Joe Biden absolutely has the power to stop this invasion. He is simply unwilling to do it and unwilling to use those powers. It is a reckless dereliction of duty for the Biden administration, our border czar, Kamala Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas to continually allow the cartels to smuggle both humans and fentanyl into our streets without putting an end to this crisis well within his power. Now, last year in May, House Republicans passed the Secure the Borders Act, a comprehensive immigration overhaul that would protect and secure the United States from illegal immigration, force the Biden administration to restart construction of the border wall, end catch and release, very important, and increase the number of Border Patrol agents to stop the flow of deadly fentanyl into this country. House Republicans passed that bill a year ago, but Leader Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate refused to even take up the bill for a vote. Shame on them. If President Biden was really serious about fixing the crisis at our southern border, he would end it today by reinstating the successful border policies put in place by President Trump and instructing the Senate to pass H.R. 2 tomorrow, before they go home on their weekend break, the Secure the Border Act passed by the House Republicans. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight another piece of legislation that I am spearheading, H.R. 1547, the One Seat Ride Act, which I introduced with Representative Watson Coleman of New Jersey. And I'm glad to say this legislation passed this House in December in a large, bipartisan fashion. This legislation directs the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of a one-seat ride trip versus a transfer trip option during peak hours on New Jersey's Transit's Raritan Valley line. The results of this study will then be transmitted to key congressional committees. Currently, Raritan Valley line passengers are forced to change trains at Newark Penn Station to access New York City and to make the same change headed westbound. A one-seat ride allows passengers to take one-time, efficient trains from stations such as Westfield, Somerville, and Lebanon directly into New York City. Because of passage in this body, we are now one step closer to paving the way for a more connected and efficient future where commuters can travel seamlessly both east and westbound at all times of day and night. For the New Jerseyans, this means more time at home and less time commuting. My priority will continue to be breaking down transportation barriers by enhancing our region's infrastructure. Again, I am proud to have this bill pass this House, and I'm working hard to get a Senate companion bill introduced and work its way through the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President and to direct the remarks to the chair and not a perceived viewing audience. Does the gentleman from New Jersey have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.